Good evening. Welcome to the November 15th, 2023 Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Bobby, call the roll, please.
Joan Kovac.
Here.
Tundra King.
Yes.
Richard Kloskowitz.
Here.
Derek Lewis.
Here.
Darlene Smith.
Here.
Carla Coleman.
Here.
Fred Stacer.
Here. Okay, we've got the whole first team tonight, looks like. With that, we'll do our traditional 30-second moment of silence. So if you would at this time, please just do whatever it is you want to do for 30 seconds, but be quiet, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes of the October 25th meeting. Chair will entertain a motion.
Chair,
Yes.
a motion that we approve the minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Any questions, adjustments to the motion, to the minutes? Bobby, call the roll, please.
Darlene Smith.
Yes.
Derek Lewis.
Yes.
Joan Kovac.
Yes.
Tundra King.
Yes.
Richard Kloskowitz.
Yes.
Carla Coleman.
Yes.
Fred Stacer.
Yes. Okay, next item on the agenda is individuals who will be testifying tonight need to be all placed under oath. So if you would at this time, please stand, raise your right hand, and Bobby will swear you in.
Got everyone? Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, thank you very much. First item on the agenda tonight is U-Haul Southwest 12th Avenue. It's a major site plan, P&Z 23-124014. Address is 790 and 820 Southwest 12th Avenue. And it looks like, Mrs. Gretzer, you're doing this for us tonight. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Chair and Board members. I am Lauren Gratzer with Development Services. Today, we're going to be discussing a new U-Haul development. Here's just a general location of the property. It's located on South Andrews Avenue, south of Racetrack Road, and just abutting I-95. Here's an aerial of the property. The properties are surrounded by other industrial and commercial uses and currently contains Southwest 10th Avenue that it runs through the middle of those two properties. The applicant is requesting major site plan approval in order to construct a new 29,000 square foot warehouse that will be used for pod storage for U-Haul. There is an existing storage and office building that will remain on site. The height of the building is 45 feet. The project was reviewed by the DRC in May and August of 2023 and at the Architectural Appearance Committee on November 7th. The zoning district and the land use is I1 and I for general industrial. And the part of this proposal is to abandon Southwest 10th Avenue and the creation of a 24-foot private access road that will be created to continue having access for the properties that are just south of them. Should the board find that the application has provided competent and substantial evidence to satisfy the review standards for a major site plan approval, the Development Services Department recommends approval of the major site plan subject to the following comments and conditions. So, number one is in accordance with the Agreement for Unification of Development, the applicant must submit permits for the private road and relocation of the utilities prior to the issuance of any permits related to the building or remaining site work. Following the approval inspections of the completed private road, the applicant must proceed for the abandonment request of the portion of Southwest 10th Avenue and the perpetual easement dedication for the private roadway, providing cross-access. Number 2, a 5-foot along Southwest 8th Street shall be dedicated to the city for right-of-way prior to building permit approval. Number 3, the applicant shall provide evidence of compliance with the proposed sustainable narrative items that were introduced at DRC. Number 4, any future mechanical equipment must meet the requirements of the code. Number 5, revise the lot coverage number on the site plan data table to include the overhang parking areas, as the lot coverage should reflect the total footprint of all roof structures. Number 6 is the standard conditions of approval prior to building permit issuance. Number 1 is a title must be received by staff and recorded with Broward County. 2 is provide a recorded plat in accordance with the code. Number 3 is subject to compliance with plans are subject to compliance with all applicable code requirements, including and not limited to the DRC comments. 4 is a copy of the subject plan approval by Broward Sheriff's Office must be submitted for building permit approval. And finally, the landscape and irrigation plans must comply with all zoning code requirements. This concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions on behalf of staff.
Okay, Mrs. Coleman, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you explain to us a little bit in more detail about this road closure and where the access road will be, and what is that building just south of the applicant's property?
Yes, so the building just south of it, on the east side that's abutting I-95, it's a commercial building with various retail operations in there, and all around it is generally just industrial properties. Right now, the properties to the south, their only legal access is through that Southwest 10th Street, and so the applicant has been working with our city attorney's office to coordinate the dedication that they have shown on their plans so that access can be continued. And then once that new roadway is built, they will abandon this existing one so that they can move forward with their site plan proposal.
Where is that new roadway being built?
Oh. So this is a rather small image of their site plan. I'm sure the applicant will go over it in more detail with you, but the new roadway will be on the right-hand side, on the east side of the parcel, just next to the I-95.
And the property to the south that has retail in it does not object to this?
I have not personally spoken with those property owners, but the applicant's attorney has, and they've been coordinating very closely with them.
Well, I'll ask questions there then, but this is a road closure, and it seems to cut off access to a building that you says has various retail shops in it.
Yeah, the abandonment won't be processed until after this new roadway is constructed.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
The abandonment of the existing road will not happen until the construction of the new road, so they will have the access.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question, but that's all right. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions before we go to the applicant? Okay. Applicant?
Good evening, board members. Heidi Davis with the law firm of Gunster, here tonight on behalf of U-Haul Company of Florida, the owner of the property at 790 Southwest 12th Avenue in Pompano Beach.
And what is your address, ma'am?
My address is 450 East Las Olas Boulevard, Suite 1400, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33305.
Thank you.
With me this evening are Davina Bean from U-Haul and Matt Gianni, the site civil engineer from Shaw Drodis, to hear that they can answer any questions you may have with regard to details of the site plan. We are here tonight to request a major site plan approval for the redevelopment of the existing U-Haul facility. So the property is located at the southeast corner of Andrews Avenue and Southwest 8th Street, just west of I-95. 8th Street heading east is dead ends right into 95. The property consists of 3 parcels containing 2.44 acres, separated by a small road that is another dead end and a secondary access driveway for the property to the south. As part of the site plan approval process for this U-Haul facility, U-Haul will be abandoning this roadway and constructing a brand-new roadway that will meet road standards from the city to the east of the property for the neighbors. And I'll go into a little bit more detail for you. The existing property is improved with a 2-story office building along Andrews Avenue that will remain intact as it is used for U-Haul's regional offices. Parcels to the north and east of the office and storage building are currently vacant. And as you can see by these photos, the current property is an older site in an industrial area ripe for development. We were here 2 years ago. 2 years already? 1 year ago? If you recall, if some of the board members were here, we had gotten approval for a self-storage facility and warehouse on this property. But U-Haul has changed its design for this property, and it's going to be constructing only a 1-story warehouse facility of approximately 29,000 square feet to store its U-Box storage boxes. The warehouse is not open to the public. Only U-Haul employees will be there. There are very few vehicles that go in and out of the property, and there will be no adverse impacts to the surrounding properties due to this use. So this is a better little plan that you can see what's going on here. The proposed site plan complies with all the code requirements and provides for a safe flow of access around the site for vehicles and pedestrians. The warehouse is oriented from east to west in the center of the property, with the existing office building on the east side along Andrews Avenue, which will remain and activate the corridor. Visitors and employees enter at the west driveway along Southwest 8th Street, and trucks and service vehicles enter at the east driveway along Southwest 8th Street. Again, 8th Street is a dead-end road. Loading is located on the east side of the building and screened from view. U-Haul is dedicating an additional 5 feet along Southwest 8th Street to create safer road conditions and to provide ADA sidewalks and corridors. As part of the right-of-way abandonment, U-Haul will also be constructing the road on the east side of the property. It's a 24-foot road that meets all city standards to access to the parcel to the south. The property also will be platted. Yes, we have approval from the neighbors. They own the property to the south and actually along, it's not on this property, but I can show you if you want. Back up here. That's not a great aerial either. Okay, so they own the property to the immediate south, and if you can see to the south, there's a road called Access Road that comes from Andrews. They own all of that property to the south of the Access Road, and the building. So technically, they have access from Andrews Avenue and along this little roadway, which is typically a secondary street for them, or secondary access. It's kind of unimproved. It's not really maintained that well. And what U-Haul is proposing is to create a full road along the east side of the property for them to access solely for them. It'll be a private road, but they have full easement access over it. We also worked with the city attorney, James Saunders, and we came up with a unification agreement last time that will be amended just to set a new schedule and to change the use for this property. But that unification agreement sets forth a schedule where we can't do anything until that roadway is completely built. They will never not have access to their property. And the property owners to the south are fully aware of this construction schedule, and they are fully aware of that the schedule will be, so they will never not have access to that property.
Thank you.
Okay. As shown on the elevations, the proposed project provides a contemporary design which incorporates a mix of horizontal and vertical plank siding in different materials and colors, providing articulation, depth, and textures. The building is designed to incorporate the existing office structure along Andrews Avenue into the project, which creates varying roof lines, unique elevations to break up the mass of the structures. Strong architectural features enhance the corners of the building, and all of the U-box storage is completely within the structure. The structure maintains a modern aesthetic, utilizing clean lines with varying parapets, as well as incorporates overhangs to further complement the building's features. The structure is painted in warm, neutral colors in shades of blues, greens, grays, and browns. Architectural fenestration is used along all sides to provide visual interest and enhance retail uniformity in the area. The different use of materials and colors, as well as landscaping, which is not shown on this because of the rendering to show the building, will create a modern and clean structure that will greatly improve this area. Currently on the north picture, the site is basically void of landscaping. With this site plan, generous buffer yards as well as multiple rows of trees and shrubs have been incorporated into the design to not only create a beautiful project, but to provide natural screening from the rights of way, including along 95. The proposed site plan satisfies all the major site plan review standards, and we agree with staff's conditions and recommendations in the staff report that the project is consistent with the city's comprehensive plans, goals, policies, and objectives, and compliant with the city's land development code. It meets or exceeds all of the industrial, the I-1 district standards, and it's consistent and compatible with its surrounding area and uses. The project also satisfies concurrency in that it will actually improve the capacity of services by making improvements to infrastructure on the property and to the surrounding properties. As part of the site plan, the applicant will be installing upgraded and improved water, sewer, stormwater, utilities, transportation, roadway facilities, including those all shown on the screen. So we really appreciate the opportunity to present to you tonight. As Lauren said, the Architectural Appearance Committee, they unanimously approved the project last week. And again, we agree with all of staff's findings, conclusions, and recommendations. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions of the applicant? Seeing none. Does anybody in the audience want to speak on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing portion. If there are no questions or comments about this, the chair will entertain a motion on item number 1.
I have a motion.
Yes, Mr. Lewis, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that the board finds that there's competent substantial evidence that's been presented for the major site plan, which is P&Z 2312000014, that satisfies the review criteria, and move approval of the item subject to the 6 conditions provided by staff.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. You got the second, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anybody have any questions on the motion? Seeing none, Bobby, call the roll, please, on item number 1.
Derek Lewis,
Yes.
Richard Kloskowitz,
Yes.
Joan Kovac,
Yes.
Tundra King,
Yes.
Darlene Smith,
Yes.
Carla Coleman,
Yes.
Fred Stacer.
Yes. Okay, good luck with your project. Thank you. item is item number 2. Item number 2 is Casey Copen's Lupa, PNZ 20-92504. Address is 1900 Northwest 24th Street. And before we turn it over to Mrs. Dolan, there's a couple things that I would like to talk to everybody about. The order, sometimes this gets confusing, so since there's a lot of folks here, I'm sure that you weren't here for number 1, so you're probably here for number 2, I'm guessing. Just to make sure that you understand the order and things of what we normally do. The staff will present the item first, and then the property owner representatives will go. Then we'll have audience to be, y'all can come up and speak. If you want to speak and you have not yet signed in, please do that. You will get 3 minutes to speak on the item. There's no sharing of time or, allowing other people to use your time. We don't do that. And also, there will be no multiple speaking as well. In other words, once you speak, that's going to be the time you got to speak. We're not going to come back. So then what will happen after that is the owner's rep will, if he chooses, he can get back up and he can answer the questions or items that were brought up that he wants to clarify. And after that is done, then the item comes back to the board just as it did in this item. Comes back to the board. There will be no more participation at that point, either from the audience or from the owner's representatives. It will be strictly board deliberation at that point. This item, unlike the item that just passed through, which was a major site plan, we are the last people to speak on a major site plan. We only make a recommendation to the City Commission on items 2 and 3. The land use plan amendments are just a recommendation to them. And they will have, at some point, assuming that it moves forward, they will have 2 hearings. I'm not sure when the first one will be. I guess it depends on what happens tonight. But so I know there's a lot of interest in this item, and we want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to be heard. And also, we didn't want to have any misunderstandings. So the other item is that we also asked that for decorum during the course of this. The items the people on this board are all volunteers, and they volunteer a lot of time to this city. They're obviously from various parts of the city. We have different backgrounds. We have a former law enforcement officer. We have a former assistant state attorney. We have a former vice president of a university. We have a former mayor of another city. And then there's people like me who don't really have much title at all. So, but we still somehow got here. And with that, with all those various things, I think everybody on this board has been here at least a year, maybe longer. And I would say that everybody here has, at some time or another, has voted in a different direction than I have, which is good or fine. And I don't feel any malice towards anybody voting differently, or if they vote with me. We all come from different backgrounds, and we all have different ideas of what should be the best thing for the city. So with that, I think we'll move forward at this point. Did you want to wait until after, or you want to go ahead and do the? Okay, we're going to let Mr. Saunders, our attorney, go ahead at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The intention of me speaking at this moment was really to bring the board up to date as far as where this matter has been, specifically the litigation history. Back in October of 2021, a lawsuit was filed by Mr. Ed Phillips, Kevin Eason, and Gloria Hunter Brown, primarily as Pompano Beach community representatives. At that time, they sought preliminary and permanent injunction, declaratory judgment, rescission of contract, and other equitable relief against the Westview Community Cemetery of Pompano, Inc., and Casey Copens, LLC, as a result of the purchase and sale of approximately 4.5 acres of land comprising the eastern portion of the cemetery. In response to that complaint at the time, a motion to dismiss was filed by Casey Copens describing the arm's length transaction between itself and the cemetery's then governing board and its intentions to transform the vacant land into a multi-use industrial area. The motion to dismiss contests the legal premises presented by the community representatives, including the lack of legal standing for the community representatives to bring the action. After the exchange of discovery, both parties filed motions for summary judgment. On May 13, 2022, the trial court entered an order granting summary judgment in favor of Casey Copens, principally due to the lack of evidence disputing the facts presented by Casey Copens and the apparent authority of the cemetery board to enter into a valid legal contract for sale of the vacant land. An appeal was taken to the 4th District Court of Appeal, and on May 25th of 2023, this year, the appeal court affirmed the trial court's order without an opinion, and no further appeals were taken in the matter. Recently, in the last 2 weeks, the city attorney's office became aware of another civil action that was filed in May of 2023 by Jason Fuller, and forgive me if I pronounce the names incorrectly, Emma Glasgow, Sharon Martin, and Charles Hunt, new members of the cemetery board and owners of cemetery plots, against the cemetery, seeking a deck action or declaratory judgment as to which conflicting set of amended bylaws are the legitimate and valid bylaws enacted on January 3rd, 2006, and which individuals currently constitute the board of directors, trustees of the not-for-profit corporation. The case is now pending before Judge Jeffrey Levinson and is scheduled for trial in April of 2024. According to the court documents, the plaintiff's counsel has represented to the court that the plaintiffs are not challenging in the deck action the conveyance of the real property of Casey Copens, consisting of the 4.5 acres of vacant land. However, it is clear that future litigation will be dependent upon that trial result. The question remains, what is the impact of this litigation on this board's consideration of the matter tonight? And the answer to that is none. Unless this body or the City Commission is directed to stay such process by a court. As of today, no such court order has been received. As you're aware, this board is tasked with reviewing this land use plan amendment and, should the applicant request, the rezoning, as provided in the city code. Standards for such review, and the Development Services will concur, requires a determination whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the applicable goals, objectives, and policies of the city's comp plan. That is what is before you tonight. Any testimony, evidence, or comments provided tonight, where relevant, must align with that consideration. While I'm aware that interested parties may have spoken with you or desire to share information with you prior to this meeting, your determination must be limited to the information presented to you tonight. As always, you're free to make inquiries of staff, the applicant, and of course, on legal matters, myself. And that's what's before you tonight.
Okay. And before Mrs. Dolan comes up, I just wanted, I know that at least I, and I believe certain members of the board were approached either by email or in other fashion. Does anybody need to proclaim ex parte communication at this time before we get started? Was there any?
I do. I met with the developer over Zoom yesterday, as well as 2 members of the community. I met with Jason Fuller and Sonia Finney. None of my conversations will have any bearing on what I do here today. I'm going to listen to all the evidence and make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Okay. Anybody else? Mrs. Coleman.
I'd just like to put on the record that I received emails asking for meetings, but as is my general practice and advice from our attorney, I have met with no one, though I have been contacted.
Okay. Anybody else? I likewise was, received 2 emails, and I did not have any communication with either party.
Chair, I also received probably the same 2 emails, but I did not meet with them.
Okay. Mr. Clausewitz?
Yeah, there was one email. I wasn't sure where or what, and I didn't respond to it, so.
Okay. All right, everybody good? Okay. You're up, Mrs. Dolan. You thought we were going to let you go right away, didn't you? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Jean Dolan, Development Services. So I too want to start with a little procedure. The land use plan amendment and the rezoning are companion items. We will take them separately. The land use plan amendment is a legislative item. After I present, the applicant will do one presentation for both the land use plan amendment and the rezoning. After you make whatever your decision is going to be on the land use plan amendment, your recommendation, we'll go to the rezoning. I'll do a brief presentation. Then the presentation made by the applicant during the legislative process will be incorporated by reference into the quasi-judicial rezoning hearing. So that's how we're going to do the procedure. Then you'll make your decision on the rezoning after that.
Okay.
So everybody had their
Yeah.
Ms. Dolan, before you begin, the only thing I would ask is that when the applicant comes forward, Mr. Polikoff, if he could just put on the record his request that the rezoning be heard. That's all I want to make sure for the record.
Yes. Okay, so this is the rezoning from community facility to industrial for this 4.5-acre site immediately adjacent to the Westview Cemetery just south of Copens Road. So the first criteria for a land use plan amendment is consistency with the adjacent land use map amendments all around it. So this purple color is all industrial. So you can see that the context of this site is already within a heavily industrial area. So it is compatible with the adjacent industrial properties. Now, when we do a land use plan amendment, we have to measure the availability of public facilities and services as it relates to the change that the land use plan amendment would have on the intensity of what can be built on that site. So it's not based on what's there now, which is vacant land. It's based on what could be built under the community facility land use category compared to what could be built under an industrial land use category. So the FARs allowed under the community facility land use is less than what industry allows. So the 1.5 FAR for community facility allows about 300,000 square feet of development, whereas under the industrial land use category, it's around 500,000 square feet. So we have about a 200,000 square foot plus or minus increase when we go from community facility to industrial. Now, how we measure the public facility impacts on this, there's a lot of different uses that can go into a community facility: schools, churches, hospitals, government administration buildings, police and fire stations, libraries, civic centers, utilities, parks and recreation. So we kind of pick a middle of the road use to use as the multiplier for what kind of water and sewer and solid waste demand and so forth would occur. Industrial is much easier. That has a fixed set of impact multipliers that we use. So when you do the math, the change from this community facility to industrial, it's a slight decrease in water and wastewater and a slight increase in solid waste. Basically no change in the other impact categories that we look at through the loop application. There is a natural, cultural, and historic resource section to a land use plan amendment application, and we do always ask the Department of State to look for cultural resources in the vicinity, and of course they identified the Westview Cemetery adjacent to the site. And so the applicant was required to do this ground penetrating radar to make sure there was no unmarked graves on that property. So this is what the Department of State does is that circle is the radius they look at when you send them an address asking them to look for cultural and historic resources, archaeological, et cetera. And they did identify the Westview Cemetery, but you see they included just the part that currently has graves on it, so the 4.5 acres adjacent to it has not yet been identified by the state as a cultural resource. So the other criteria for comprehensive plan amendments is compatibility, or is consistency with the goals, objectives, and policies in the plan. So the main criteria that apply in this case deal with the objectives and policies related to compatibility, which we just talked about with the industrial context, industrial development in particular, public facility capacity, which we are able to serve this facility in either land use designation, and with the cultural and historic resource aspect in policy 10601, because this particular piece was not identified as a cultural resource, it also passed that challenge as well. So actually, this is kind of a good thing in this context, because land use plan amendments take quite a long time, because we not only have to change the local plan, we also have to change the county plan, because the county has land use authority and our plan has to be consistent with the county plan. So I always like to show you the timeline that's expected in this kind of process, which kind of feeds nicely into what James was just talking about with this lawsuit, because this won't be resolved until that's come up. So we'll know that before this gets all the way to the end, if it does continue. So the first Planning and Zoning Board meeting was on September 22nd, 2021, and then it was held in abeyance until the legal action was completed. And of course, Planning and Zoning Board is tonight. The first reading of City Commission will be December 12th. So even if you recommend denial, we still have to take it to City Commission for them to actually make the decision. If they vote to continue it, because they only get first reading before it has to go to the county, if they say yes, we'll consider it on first reading, then the applicant submits to the county, and the county has to do their whole land use plan amendment process before it comes back to us. We can't approve it until they approve it. So that's a whole nother series. And we gave 6 months for that. That's kind of optimistic, but the soonest we would be able to adopt this on second reading would be in July of 2024. So that we should know any outcome of this. If you said April is the projected date, that kind of fits nicely into this. So then, once the second reading happens, if this does happen in July, then it will become effective once we get it recertified by the county, which is another step we have to take. So that we're projecting about September of 24 is the soonest this would become effective if it continues. So in summary, the land use plan amendment review criteria, compatibility with the adjacent land use designations. We have public facility capacity to serve the proposed change in land use, and there is consistency with the goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan. So the recommended motions are a motion to recommend approval of the proposed KZ Copeland's future land use map amendment as the board finds the proposed map change compatible with the goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan. So we don't do negative motions anymore, so if you didn't want to agree with that, you would just vote no. Motion to table the proposed future land use map amendment to allow further analysis of any issues raised by the board, staff, applicant, or the general public. And with that, I'll take any questions of staff, and then the applicant will do their presentation.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. Coleman, you can go.
Ms. Dillon, would you go back to the historical significance designations? Prior to this sale, who makes those? Is it an application from the city? Or is it just
This
because
map?
of the kind of facility it is?
No, we send a letter to the Department of State. Every time we do any LUPA anywhere, there's a question on the application about culture and historic resources. We send the address and the folio number to the Department of State, and they do this research, and they send it back from their files with a letter saying, here's what's in the vicinity of what you're doing.
So that didn't have that designation until you asked for it now. I was wondering how
We
a
didn't
piece
create
of...
the designation. We asked them to search their records for the designation, and that is what they returned.
Okay. How could they return a designation on a piece of the property that was jointly owned and not the other piece that got sold?
That's what the state recognizes as the boundaries of the cultural resource.
Thank you.
They didn't just make this up for us. This came from their records.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to make sure I understood what you just said. So the orange box in that particular thing is the part where there are graves today, the piece that is up for question tonight is actually east of that? Is that?
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that. Okay, next person?
I had some questions,
Yes,
and
Mrs.
thank you for sending me some of the data ahead of time so that I didn't ask you a million questions tonight. Some things I just want to confirm. So in terms of our future use citywide, I see that we currently have 21% of our city is in industrial use. Okay, and that's a yes, it was? Yes, sorry. I do that all day. 2.4% is community facility.
Correct.
Okay, and just based on this map, they've identified that Westview Cemetery falls into the culturally and historically significant resource?
Yes, the state has identified as that, as shown on this map. It has its own number and everything.
All right, those are the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Anybody else? I had one other question, and we discussed this a little bit, I believe, but I want to make sure that I did get a second thing from Rob McCon. It's a current. So you had sent me the
February
say
26th.
February of 22 or something like that. So I did like a projection and tried to see how many grave sites that we have citywide. And the as best I could tell, the east. Well, let me back up a second. I went to some information on the internet to find out how many grave sites that a cemetery typically has per acre. And this is whatever, just under 5 acres, I believe. And based on that, it could have, I believe it's about 7,000 on this piece of land. What we have left in the city is about, I believe it's about 1,500 based on what Mr. McCon said. So is there any other thought about, like, as the planning agency, is there any thought that we should be thinking that if we have, say, roughly 10 to 15 years in the eastern cemetery, and that's really our resource for those, is there any, I realize it's not like in a handbook, but is there any thought about, like, how far out? Because our planning cycle is much farther than 10 or 15 years, so is there any thought about that? Or?
There's no level of service standard for cemeteries, and we don't plan cemetery capacities into the future. It's not something that's considered by Chapter 163 or required in a comprehensive plan document.
Okay. Everybody else? Good?
Chair, I have a question,
Yeah,
but I'm not
sorry.
sure if it's to the city or to the presenter. But I just would like to understand the history of the Westview Cemetery. How did it happen? When did it happen? And just a little background of how it came to be.
The applicant has quite a presentation on that, so
Okay.
I'll leave that to the applicant.
Good, thanks.
Anybody else? Okay. Applicant?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Attorney Saunders. Keith Polyakoff on behalf of the applicant. I've provided the clerk with my address for the file. Here on behalf of the applicant. Before I begin, I know they're handing out hard copies of the presentation so that you can write notes and ask additional questions as we proceed. By way of background, the buyer of this property started this process now several years ago. The cemetery, and get into it as I go through the presentation, was in dire need of funds, and there was no secret in the community that the current board of the cemetery was trying to find a way to raise funds through sale of excess land. The city, before we closed, before we bought the property, while this was under discussion and our applications were processing way before closing, did reach out to the state of Florida and said what part of this property is historically significant. And that's why you received a letter and the map back from the city, from the state of Florida saying the existing cemetery, the square of the existing cemetery, is the area that's historically significant. It did not include the 4.5 acres. We did not own the property at the time that that report was generated. It was still owned by the cemetery. It was never designated by the state of Florida as being historically significant. So the cemetery board was trying to raise revenue to maintain and upkeep the existing cemetery, and they had received several offers. They received, offers that they didn't accept. They didn't think that it would bring the cemetery to the condition that they wanted with the revenue that they were raising. The buyer ended up making them an offer that they agreed to accept, and I'm going to walk you through the terms of that offer so you can understand why it was accepted and what transpired. We totally recognize, fully recognize, the raw emotions and feelings of the community concerning this item. It's obvious, it's transparent. It is our hope that through the meeting tonight that we're able to allay a lot of fears, allay a lot of comments, concerns, and show the community what will occur at the cemetery and what will occur at the neighboring property. In addition to that, we thank the board for giving us a continuance last meeting so that we could have another community meeting. We did meet with the community again. Many of the individuals in the audience today participated in that meeting, and we've given tours of the existing cemetery, including today in the rain, giving tours of the existing cemetery to show individuals items that they were looking for. So with that, I'm going to begin the presentation for the board. So the question was asked, a little bit of history of the cemetery. So the history was created, the cemetery was created, the original cemetery, in 1952 during segregation, and it was the only cemetery in Pompano Beach where African Americans could be buried until the 1960s. There's a lot of folklore. We haven't been able to find any proof of this, but Wikipedia states that the property was given to the community by Paul Hunter Sr., who was a local businessman. We still haven't been able to track that down, but that's what's stated in some of the records. Many important African Americans and Bahamian pioneering families and leaders in the early settlement of Pompano Beach are buried there. Most famously is Esther Roll and Estelle Evans, and we'll get more into that in a minute. It's a very unique cemetery for those of you who visited it because all of the tombs are above ground, which is a little unusual for Florida. They're not actually buried because of the soil in that area. The soil conditions actually cause the vaults to sink down, which is why everything is built on the surface. There's no other place to put them. But unfortunately, the cemetery has had decades of inadequate maintenance by the poorly funded not-for-profit that maintains the cemetery, and it's fallen into a tremendous amount of disrepair. In addition, and this was a big thing with the community when we spoke to them, there's been inadequate record keeping at that cemetery for years. 30% of the grave sites there are totally unidentified. We don't know who's there. But as part of what we did, and we'll get there in a minute, we have spent the last 2 years identifying almost all of them that we could identify, and we now have complete records of the cemetery, and we'll discuss that in a minute. So there's no secret that the cemetery was in disrepair. I did a quick Google search, and back in 2005, there were articles urging the city to assist in fixing the cemetery. In 2018, 2016, there were newspaper articles urging the community to fix the cemetery, but there was never funds available to actually bring the cemetery to the condition that the people who were there deserve. It's a good representation of a drone photo that we took of the existing cemetery for those of you who haven't been there in a while. And this was before any of the current improvements have been made. Attorney Saunders mentioned the first litigation that occurred after Mr. Zabidi entered into contract to buy the property. And I want to explain it because there's a lot of misinformation about what transpired then and how much was paid for the property, et cetera. The cemetery sold for $1.1 million. But in addition to that, the 4.5 acres of the cemetery, they receive another $500,000 after the rezoning is complete. Some members of the community attempt to allege.
Quiet, please.
Some members of the community attempted to allege that the sale was illegal and it couldn't go through. This item went directly to the Court of Appeals after losing at the Circuit Court, as Attorney Saunders mentioned, and the Court of Appeals found that the sale of the property was 100% legal, valid, conclusive, that the buyer owns the property. Okay? This is important because no matter what happens here, no matter what happens at the City Commission, this property is sold and it's never going to be utilized for cemetery purposes again. I'll get there in a minute.
That's not true. Quiet, please.
There is, as Mr. Saunders mentioned, another lawsuit that was filed. That lawsuit doesn't challenge whether or not the property was sold, whether or not it was legally sold, or who owns it. All it was a litigation challenging the bylaws of the cemetery and questioning whether or not there was a proper board of directors who was presently at the cemetery. In fact, and I put in an actual order from the court, counsel for plaintiffs having represented in open court that the plaintiffs are not challenging in this action the conveyance of real property consisting of approximately 4.5 acres of vacant land located in 1900 West Copans Road. The plaintiff has specifically told the court that they are not in any way challenging the sale of this property. That item is conclusive, it's final, it's over. The buyer owns the property, it is not going back to cemetery. An item came up before the purchase and after the purchase that we wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of, and I have a gentleman here, Peterson, Jean-Baptiste, who would be happy to testify about it, and he will be here if you have any questions. We did a ground-penetrating radar study on the 4.5 acres, okay? Because of the soil conditions there being as thin as it is, it was actually really easy to see deep in that ground. They did every inch of that property, and they found no burials wherever occurred on that property. Mr. Zabidi, the current ownership, was so worried that they actually did it again. And they went out again and conclusively determined that there was no burials ever on the 4.5 acres. Data and that information was presented to this board and is in your backup. I'm going to tell a little bit about the proposed use, and this is a very strange meeting for me because normally when I would come up and I'd be telling you about the land use and zoning, and by the way, for purpose of the record, Attorney Saunders, we do want the rezoning heard following this item as a companion item. But there are so many emotions tied to the actual sale of the cemetery. I'm going to be spending a lot of my presentation discussing the sale, what transpired, what the future is going to hold for the existing cemetery, without specifically addressing the criteria till the end. And I apologize for that, but I think it's important for everyone to know what transpired and what's occurring and where we're going. So the proposed use for the 4.5 acres is a modern commerce park that's geared to support the local businesses when constructed. That is the proposed use. So why are we here? And again, I mentioned it. We're not here to debate whether or not the sale was proper, whether it was legal, whether or not it should have occurred. It occurred. So we're here to debate whether or not the change of land use from community facility and the change of zoning from PU, public use, to I-1 on the 4.5 acres is appropriate. This is what it looks like today. In actuality, it's an island. Okay? People speak about spot zoning all the time. This is sort of like an example of it. When you see it does not match anything surrounding it. In fact, the public use on the zoning doesn't even match the land use. If you were to call Broward County, they would say there's a discrepancy there because they're conflicting categories. By doing the land use and zoning change on this property, this independently owned property, all you do is match everything surrounding it. Okay? It is not an island, it is not spot zoning, it is exactly matching the property surrounding it, which is why staff has recommended approval of both the land use change and you'll hear in a minute the zoning change. So let's talk about the 1.6 million purchase, because although it's not relevant to this board, it seems to be what a lot of the residents are concerned about and curious about. So I'm going to explain it now to get it out in the open. So Westview executed a formal agreement with the purchaser that specifically outlines the use of the funds. What are the funds being used for? We actually know what they're being used for because we entered into an agreement with the cemetery that actually states what the funds would be used for. Importantly, in this agreement, because I've heard it say in certain public meetings, that all of the proceeds from the vacant land contract will be utilized solely for the completion of the necessary improvements to the cemetery as contemplated in the agreement. No proceeds will be utilized for any payment and/or revenue to any of the nonprofit's board members, other members, or any entities owned or managed by the nonprofit board members. The money will all be utilized for improvements to the cemetery, and I think that's a very important factor that the public needs to understand. We asked Westview for their budget and basically how they're utilizing some of the funds. We've included that for you. We also included in your backup, and I hope everyone read it, the agreement with Westview that fully outlines the use of the funds. But it shows that they're painting, there's lawn maintenance, irrigation systems, new fencing, paving the roads, restoring the graves, resettling the vaults, minor salaries of the employees there, not board members, the employees there, in the day-to-day operations of the cemetery. Now, if you look, one of the largest fees here at Westview is legal fees, which are close to $200,000 based on the consistent litigation that has occurred as a result of their desire to sell this property. So
Quiet, please.
So had that not transpired, that $200,000 could have gone back into improvements to the cemetery. So let's talk about the developer, because a lot of people are asking what the developer has done. What is the developer funding? The developer has already paid out $585,000. They own the property. So what has transpired? The developer is not giving the remainder of the funds until everything is free and clear, their litigation is over. We own the property. But as people say, it's a contingency contract, but we own the property. It's just contingency and the more money being given to the cemetery once it comes free and clear. So what did the developer also agree upon? And this is very important, and we're going to get into this more later. In addition to the $1.6 million, the developer also agreed to give another $1 million that the general public doesn't even know about. And those are things that we're going to specify in a minute so that everyone can see the additional improvements made to the cemetery. So the total amount by the buyer is actually $2.6 million, but we'll show you in a minute how that breaks down.
In the heart of Florida stands Westview Cemetery, a testament to resilience, heritage, and community. Founded in 1952, this sacred ground became a final sanctuary for generations of African Americans during an era where segregation denied them. Westview Cemetery stands in dire need of our help. Restoring dignity. The Westview Cemetery Revival. Many graves remain nameless and unmarked, while others are in a state of disrepair.
So we got a lot of family out here. We got grandmas, aunties, uncles. It's generations after generations, you know. And we would love for you guys to start coming out here, cleaning things up.
I'd like to see it to look like the other cemeteries, because these people had dignity.
The cemetery had no funds to make improvements. Therefore, an unused section was sold to cover the renovations.
We had no monies, no funds, and we couldn't get funds from anyone, nowhere.
Quiet, please.
We got land sitting here. Let's sell it and use the funds to make Westview the best it can be. and preserve what we have.
Preservation is the key to honoring those who came before us. The future development will not disturb the existing cemetery. A thorough scan of the sold land revealed no evidence of burials.
We did it on one purpose, to fix up, make Westview the best that it could be, and take care of our loved ones that's out there in Westview. That's why we sold the land. We didn't sell it for me or for any other board member. We sold it solely because we want to make Westview Cemetery the best that it can be, and it will be.
The map of the property to locate your loved ones, that's very, very, very important. Important access to have at the cemetery.
While new funds enabled the development of an efficient digital platform for burial identification.
I believe that the cemetery software system, the upgraded cemetery software system is great. I believe that it will give everyone a chance to truly see where their loved ones are buried. And it's great going forward for everyone involved, because we'll truly know who's buried where and who's unaccounted for.
Every stone we mend and every memory we preserve brings us closer to reviving Westview Cemetery.
And I want to say, hey, now that the deal is done, I'm just here to see the cemetery's upgrades and cheer on anybody who's working hard to make that cemetery a great place. Good job on the fence. Coincidentally, we got a gate up now, y'all, and it look good. And it's on the side where a lot of my family legacy is at. So, yeah, thank you for telling me.
That's just one part. That's just a small part of what's going to happen. That's nothing. It's a small part, but it's the beginning. I'm telling you, the people just don't know. The cemetery's not going anywhere. There's not going to be no graves being taken up. They're all going to be improved. It's going to be great. It's going to be the best thing that this community have ever seen when it comes to a cemetery.
Nice.
Period. You can believe that.
The gravestones are being cleaned, repaired, and restored to their original condition where possible. Through the city's approval of rezoning the sold land, the cemetery will finally secure the financial resources needed to undertake vital enhancements. The pathways will be beautifully restored with smooth, well-maintained surfaces. Gardens with various flowers, shrubs, and trees will be planted, bringing color and life to the cemetery. The new plaza will serve as a focal point for the cemetery, fostering a sense of unity, remembrance, and appreciation. It is a timeless testament to the community's enduring spirit and commitment to honoring its heritage. A new protective fence designed to blend with the cemetery's historical aesthetic will surround the perimeter, ensuring security and preservation.
All we want to do is make Westview the best that it can be. It's time for our people, me, black people, to stop fighting each other and make Westview the best that it can be. And we can do it if we stand together.
Wish you nothing but continued success in your quest to bring Esther's gravesite up to the position that it should be. She was a memorable woman. I can tell you that, having worked with her. We had a unique relationship. She was something she's still missed to this day. She had an indomitable spirit and obviously great taste.
I'd like to thank John Amos for learning about our project and for sending that video to assist, because of anyone who knew Esther and her legacy and memory, he worked with her every single day. So let's talk about the contractually required project benefits.
Come on, Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Let's talk about the contractually required benefits to the cemetery. As mentioned in the video, all the grave sites that are being renovated right now, as you go out there, if you go out there lately, you'll see the work being done. Will Miles, who's the contractor, is in attendance tonight. He's been painting and fixing graves and potentially the contractor to build the columbarium. Fencing has been installed already. You will see the black aluminum fencing that's going up around the cemetery to finally give it some protection, give it a sense of place, and enable it to be seen as a big improvement to the community. Mr. Chair, if I may, it's kind of difficult.
Okay. Come on, folks. Just a couple more minutes, please.
We're ready for you to sit down.
So as it relates to the memorial garden that's being installed, there will also be a columbarium installed as well. Some of the residents who we met with on the site advised that they would like to see a place not only for placards for individuals who are buried there that they may not know exactly where they're buried, but also to have a place for cremations, which gives an area where cremated remains can be and people can honor their loved ones. So there'll be a new columbarium that will be built in the cemetery as well.
Taking the land, where we gonna build it at?
Quiet now.
The cemetery will get a new entrance roadway from Copeland's Road. The current access is not safe. A wider entrance with a slow-down lane is needed, and that will be built as part of the improvements. In addition, landscaping and decorative fence will line the new roadway as well. New entrance gate will be installed in addition to the decorative fencing to give it a sense of place. It will be powder coated, and it will be a magnificent new entrance to the cemetery. The new eastern fence will be landscaped. It will be aluminum black, and it will separate the cemetery from the new development in the roadway, once again securing the borders of the cemetery. All of the trees will be pruned. Roots will be installed underground barriers to protect existing grave sites that is not there today. It will be graded. 68 large canopy trees will be installed, flowering accent palms, trees and palms. Hedges will be along the new access road, and more than 1,300 shrubs will be installed, and the cemetery for the first time will be irrigated properly.
Quiet.
So, spoke a little bit about the digital records, and that's actually very important because what occurred is in a traditional Florida cemetery, there are two things that occur. One is that the cemetery has to have complete records so that you know where the grave sites are, where people are buried. They also require those cemeteries to have ongoing maintenance funds and obligations in order to ensure that the cemetery will be maintained into the future. Unfortunately, the cemetery did neither. It has no solid record keeping from back then as to who was buried where the plots were. In addition, it does not have an ongoing maintenance fund, which is why the cemetery became in disrepair. There was not a perpetual account of money to keep the cemetery in good repair. So as a result of our digital record keeping, we've been able to identify 70% of the grave sites, not only the grave sites, but ones that were purchased for the future, and we're able to actually identify where the graves are available for the future. And Mr. Chair, just to get into that for a minute, we have vacant property that has at least 2,500 additional sites for burials. In addition to that, there are the remaining cemetery through our ground penetrating radar, we're able to identify an additional 1,500 burial sites. So I'm not sure who you spoke to, but we have conclusively determined with experts that there are 4,000 sites still available within the existing cemetery. And that also includes removal of asphalt areas and old roadway areas that are not going to be utilized once the development occurs.
How many sites, how many graves is there now?
Just a second. Just a,
How many graves is
So,
yes, sir.
as we mentioned.
You'll get a chance to speak. You'll get a chance to speak, sir. You'll get a chance to speak, sir. Please.
As we mentioned, the graves that are currently there are currently being painted, the headstones are being cleaned, it's being pressure cleaned, and refurbished their existing cemetery sign on Copans Road as well. So we had residents at the meeting on Monday night that mentioned things, that they had proof that their grandmothers or parents paid for a cemetery site, but they weren't able to identify where it was located. So as part of the new digital software, we agreed to meet with those residents, let them bring us the proof of what they purchased, where they purchased, and to finally have a conclusive record of where they are supposed to be so that it's foolproof for the future. In addition, we heard a resident, and I think several, say that they bought grave markers from a funeral parlor when their loved one was buried, but that the grave markers were never installed at the property. And we agreed to meet with them, find out where those grave markers needed to be installed, and we're taking on the responsibility to work with the cemetery to ensure that they get installed. So basically, we told these residents, bring us proof, and we'll work with you on your behalf to get all of these issues resolved. In addition, because of the new digital software that recognizes now where the plots are, we met with a woman out at the site today. I think she's actually here and she'll probably speak to it. And we're able to identify friend's loved one just through the record keeping. We knew exactly now what row the person was in, what plot they were in, and was able to clearly identify where they were. So I mentioned this, it's great that we're doing a tremendous amount to the cemetery, but what happens in the future? And that's what everyone was concerned about. Okay, what about the maintenance in the future? You're doing all this now, but what about the future? So as a result of working with the cemetery and the cemetery board and the developer, if the rezoning gets approved, they've agreed to put $1 million in an account to set aside for future maintenance of the cemetery. This will be in a special perpetual maintenance funding account, which is through a third party, generally a bank, and they can distribute the dividend/interest of that $1 million to help the cemetery into perpetuity being maintained. A simple tax-free bond today pays 5.5%, so they would get $55,000 a year tax-free just by having those funds invested to be able to improve the cemetery long into the future. Without a perpetual funding source, there is no way that the cemetery will continue to be in existence 100 years from now because there's not a set aside of money to enable it to be so. As I mentioned, although there's a lot of raw emotion about the cemetery, the fact that it was sold. Okay, that our issue is done. That's why we're able to come before you today. It's conclusive. It's owned by a new owner. As a result, we proceeded with the land use plan amendment in which staff showed that we're fully consistent with the policies of the comp plan as it relates to the land use change. I put into the presentation for your backup all the ways we satisfy the conditions, no single-family neighborhoods affected. The application does not seek a designation that allows residential units, which is important for the comprehensive plan. Industrial land is surrounding it on 3 sites. It has access to a major roadway. The amendment will fully fund and construct significant improvements to the existing cemetery. The water and wastewater is available. And again, it provides economic stimulation for the area. It helps the blighted area, which is currently a problem in the cemetery today, and it improves the infrastructure, and it finally creates a nice place for offices and warehouse in the future. It provides a infill development within an existing urban area. The amendment expands upon the economic base of the community, and it creates an attractive place to be. The site is served by centralized water. The site is served by centralized waste. The potable water capacity is significant, and it's not in a well field.
Can we get to what we hear about?
Quiet. Yeah, just a minute.
Actuality.
As soon as he's done, you're next.
It's actuality. We're here speaking about what we're here on, which is the land use.
Just a second. You'll be able to speak in just a minute, please.
And I'm actually appreciative that that resident called out, because that sheds light on exactly why we're here. We're here on a land use change and a rezoning.
Quiet, please.
Pivoted.
Sir, please.
Which has pivoted into everything but. The reason why I spent time in explaining the history, why I explained what the future will hold with the cemetery, is try to give an understanding of the importance of why we're here today and why we're moving forward. So I have the rezoning criteria here as well. I know staff is going to do a secondary presentation on it. They found consistency across the board on the rezoning criteria as well. The way the law works, and I'm sure Mr. Saunders will tell you, once staff has found that you have met by competent substantial evidence on the rezoning and by fairly debatable standard on the land use, that it should be approved, unless it is disproved by competent substantial evidence that the city's staff was wrong in their findings or that the fairly debatable standard was violated. Under the law, it shall be approved by the board. So we look forward to your approval tonight, a recommendation of approval to the City Commission. We do have individuals in the audience tonight who will be happy to answer questions. For the record, Mike Gay from Suntech Engineering is here. Carlo Mendoza, the architect, is here. I mentioned before, Peterson Jean Baptiste is here, who did the ground penetrating radar study. And Westview has brought numerous individuals. You know, Walter Hunter is here. He was formerly on the board of directors there, Gary McLemore and Vincente Thrower. All of us and our staff are here to answer any questions that you will have. We will address questions raised if they're appropriate by the public, but we'll do that on our rebuttal at the end. So with that, we rest our case in chief.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a second. Hold on a second. So, yes.
I have a question about the perpetual maintenance funding. Sure. Is that above and beyond what the developer paid for the property?
So yes, so the developer paid $1.6 million for the property. They're putting in another $1 million to help with that funding. Let me explain how that works. Of that additional $1 million that's broke down on the developer budget page, the developer is putting in another $600,000, and the cemetery is putting $400,000 to be managed by a third party for the perpetual maintenance. So in actuality, the total, when you add it up in the additional things that they're doing to the cemetery, it came to $2.6 million. But of the actual perpetual maintenance fund, they're paying $600 of that, and the cemetery is paying $400 of that.
Who will be managing those funds?
It will be a third party. Generally, it's a bank, like a Chase Bank or something of that nature, to ensure that it is like any other trust. It's managed like a trust. It's exactly what it is.
Thank you. I'd like to say to the audience, we know that you feel real strongly about this. You came out on a terrible night with the rain and all. We hope that you'll be polite enough to wait, and then we're going to listen to you talk. Thank you very much.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Anybody else have a question for the applicant? I wanted to get down into, you said that with the research that they've done, that within the existing area, there are 4,000 empty grave sites?
That's correct.
Now, is that inclusive of, so there's 4,000 physically empty sites?
There are 4,000 locations that can fit above ground tombs as they exist today.
Okay, and of those, how many, you have several, at least I think you said this, there are several that we still, folks that still have, whatever you call it, a claim or something, that they have an existing site that they have not put somebody in.
Sure. So
how many of those are there?
So within that 4,000, the only ones that were vacant were not included in that 4,000. But as of last night, meaning that our record keeping shows X amount sold, I can get you that exact number, that was not included in the 4,000, okay? So in addition to that, we found out, I think Monday night, there was a resident, and I think she's here tonight, that claims that her grandmother purchased additional spots. That was not factored in it. So if for grandmother factor 2-3 additional spots in the cemetery, that would be taken out of the 4,000. Those that already sold were already factored in when they determined the number of 4,000.
So just to make sure I understand this, you're saying there's X number, I don't know what the number is, say it's 1,000, whatever it is. So you're saying, I don't know, this is you. I mean, there's 300, 400, whatever they are, whatever the number is. So there's 4,000 plus the spots for all the people who have claims that today.
We have at least 4,000 empty spots that are not
sold.
Accounted for.
That are not sold yet.
That is 100% correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I wanted to make
100%
sure you weren't saying it's 4,000 and 3,000 of them are already sold. That's what I want to make sure I understand.
4,000 fully unaccounted for. That's a better way of saying it.
Okay.
Cemetery plots.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you. And you said you're going to keep track of this so that you can answer questions afterwards. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just want to make sure that for purposes of the record, Mr. Polyakov, and while he may be a learned lawyer, I know that he is not in the cemetery business. So any evidence that he would like to present related to the issue of the vacant, unsold lots or plots, currently there's no evidence that has been presented for our purposes other than your testimony. So we want to make sure, for purposes of the record, evidence-wise, that we have that information should you desire to provide it.
So I mentioned a minute ago, and I thank you for that, Mr. Saunders, that Westview has at least 2 individuals here tonight. I didn't call them up in my case. They're going to testify in addition, and they will confirm that number for the record.
We don't trust them.
Okay. Thank you. All right. It's open to the audience now, so everybody you'll get 3 minutes to speak, and tell us what's on your mind.
Okay, everyone, my apologies if I mispronounce anyone's name, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and address. And first one up is Pat Randall. Next up after is Kimberly Jackson Evan. Oh, let's be clear with the chair.
You want one person to go out of order?
Not one person, just as one individual. He's one of our elders in our neighborhood and our community. Is imperative that he speaks. Right.
Okay.
My name is Elijah L. Wooten. I reside at 135. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My name is Elijah L. Wooten. I reside at 135 Northwest 15th Street. Now, what I'm going to say is going to take more than 3 minutes. I served as chairman of the board for Westview Community Cemetery for 20 years or older. The cemetery was originated because on the diocese in the 40s, the commissions decided that coloreds could not be interred in the section of the cemetery that they had designated for interment. They passed an ordinance that stated that if anyone go out there and bury, there would be fine or jail. Fine or jail. You check your records. That cemetery was not established in 1952. I finished high school in 52. Bodies were buried before then. Paul Hunter's body is in the cemetery in 15 acres, and he gave it to the cemetery, to the community, not to the board of trustees, not to the board of trustees, not to the board of trustees to sell, but to maintain 15 acres, not 10. If, let me finish now, if that LLC purchased the land and said that nobody's put that, they lied. They lied because they subpoenaed me and told me that I would get a record of that. I don't have it. I checked my mailbox today. The turtle could have come from Fort Lauderdale to my mailbox. I don't have a copy of it. But I do believe they have an attorney that can make them produce a copy of it and let you see what I told them. That Paul Hunter knew that bodies were buried in the pauper's grave. The 5 acres was the pauper's grave. The county paid to Westview Community Cemetery before I was a member for 15 acres headed from west to east to widen Copeland's Road out. Bodies were found. The people that knew it are dead. I'm here to tell you that they were found. They exhumed those bodies. If one body was placed in that cemetery and no other bodies were placed there, that means that any other grave space out there, the trustees can sell it because ain't no bodies out there. Bodies were placed there. I told them was placed there. They subpoenaed me, and the deputy told me if I didn't go down, they would come and get me. I called my nephew. He worked for Titan. He was retired. He took me to the, I didn't realize where I was when I got down to Fort Lauderdale. The buildings are so high. They took me to the penthouse. We got there before they came in. They asked me if I had an attorney. I told them I didn't know I had to have an attorney. But I asked them to send me a copy of it. They did not send me a copy of it. I don't have it. But before you make a decision, I think you need to make them produce what I told them in that deposition. If they lied to me, and Paul Hunter gave the cemetery to the community, not to the trustees. Okay. And when I was on the board, it was 9 members, not 3, not 2, and the trustees did not select them. The community selected. They selected them every year. They selected them every year in January. If you check the records, if they have a record, trustees did not select trustees. The community selected the trustees. You have 2 groups. You have 2 groups now.
Okay, try to.
Okay, one group sold the land. You have another group that tried to get organized like it was before. So if you say the land cannot be used, cannot be taken over again, and the people that LLC said they use it, they have it, let them make a cemetery out of it.
Okay.
And store bodies, not things. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir.
Pat Randall. Pat Randall. Is there a Pat Randall here? Okay. Kimberly Jackson Evan. Valerie Forrest. Gloria Rattle. Gloria Battle, my apologies. After Gloria Battle is a Maxine Reed. Maxine Reed, you're after Gloria Battle. And Ms. Gloria, just your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening to this auspicious board here. My name is Gloria Battle, and I live at 1240 Southwest 6th Way, Deerfield Beach, Florida. I'm here to ask, you may think I'm out of my place here because I live in Deerfield, but I have to say to you that I have a sister that's buried at Westview, and I also know that Miss Roll was there, and I have a whole lot of other relatives there that I may not know. I'm coming to you to speak on this issue because it's very similar to something that we had in Deerfield Beach. And what happened in Deerfield, we got all the way to the platting of the land before it was stopped. And it was stopped because we hired an independent archaeologist, not somebody just to run a rod and turn over the ground or whatever the case may be. we hired an independent archaeologist who confirmed that the land that was in question was indeed a cemetery, because they'd gone out and they'd mowed down all of the graves and couldn't even see a crypt like you saw on the picture. I have been, since that time, I was sitting on the dais at that time. Since that time, I've been using my time to go around the state talking about cemeteries and how to preserve them. One thing that you have to know is that there are laws in the state of Florida that protect human remains. I sat here and listened at the guy saying something about they're going to do this, that, and the grave. Without a licensed funeral director and permission from the relatives or descendants, they're not going to be able to do anything with that. You have to understand that history, please be on this side of history for this particular cemetery. You have something going on here that's great, and once it's destroyed, you cannot get it again. I implore you then to take a look at this situation that you have going on. It's a developer coming in, and yes, we were able to overturn what the developer was saying, but we had our ducks in order. Allow the community, or you yourself, hire an archaeologist to come in and help you out with this project. I'm always available to help you or the community, because I know one thing that the developer probably doesn't know is where to go to get grant money to pay the developers off so that we can preserve Westview Cemetery. Thank you so much.
Maxine Reed, Marlo Moreland after. And Ms. Reed, your name and address for the record.
Maxine Reed, 2321 Northwest 11th Court, Pompano. I was asked to come here to speak. I haven't followed this for a while because I ran into some issues with the board several years back. My grandmother purchased 6 plots in 1962, before I was born. She's buried there, and we got one aunt buried there. We went to go, and another aunt of mine passed, and we went to go put her in the 6 spaces that my grandmother originally bought, and they said, well, you gotta find the receipt. Like, okay, from 1962, let me see what I can do. So I asked to go into the office back then. During that time, I spent hours going through their log books, and lo and behold, I find my grandmother's signature, and she purchased 6 lots. I did take a picture of it, however, I have no idea where it was. We're talking in the 90s, okay? Now, if I go out there, I know exactly where my grandmother is buried. There are bricks around all 6 of the lots, but now there's only 2 family members buried there because we don't know if we can get the other ones or not. Mr. Hunter did tell me that we can try to bury you as close to your grandmother as possible. That's not what my grandmama wanted. My grandmama wanted her and her 5 kids there. That's not gonna happen. So the other run-in that I had was, if I'm not mistaken, cemetery records are supposed to last forever. Okay, in 1990s, I did see paperwork, but for the office to tell me that there is no paperwork or no records whatsoever, that's a problem. For one thing, I'm a records custodian for the state, and I know that a cemetery cannot get rid of their records from 100 years from the last person that was buried. So the records gotta be there or somebody's in some major trouble, okay? And if I'm just listening to this, because I don't know a lot of stuff, but the section of the cemetery that's being used now, the other section is for our use. Where is everybody else gonna go? Okay, so like if I wanted, my mom's family's buried there, my dad's family's buried there. If I wanted to go in that cemetery, after you guys do all this blocking off and stuff, none of us can go there to get buried anymore. Where are we gonna go? I'm serious, because I would like to be buried where my family is, and that's not gonna happen. So as far as legacy goes, you're stripping us of legacy completely. And that's not right. I got 10 seconds left. That's not right, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right. Thank you.
I'm sorry? Did you sign in on any of these sheets? Okay, sign in on this one, please. Gloria Doby afterwards.
Good evening. My name's Marla Moreland, and I live at 2236 Cypress Bend Drive. Today, I did go out to the cemetery with Jake, and in the absolute pouring rain, we found a grave with the name on it, plaque right on it. This particular woman had been calling the board that was previously in place for 10 years to try and find her loved one. Him and I found it in 5 minutes, okay? In the rain, pouring rain. I was told today that they've been paying $10,000 a month, $10,000 a month to the board so they could cut the yard. That's what I was told today. They have a mortgage for $850,000 that for the last year and a half, mortgage payments have been made. I went to that cemetery today, and it truthfully, what it looked like was just people thrown into the dirt. That's what it looked like. It was devastating to me. You know, I have family that died in the Holocaust. That's what it reminded me of. People just being thrown into the dirt. We have to understand that this is a cemetery, but this goes way beyond that. This goes to where you have people that were told because of the color of their skin that they had no right to be buried properly. The right thing to do, Jake, the right thing to do is to get that grant money and give these people their land back. Why? Why? What is, you know, don't they deserve that? All of these beautiful, this was a gorgeous presentation. Him and I sat there today, and I said, my God, this is beautiful. I don't know if this is what the black community wants in their graveyard. Have you asked them? No. What if they want to put a picture of Esther Roll out there? What if, well, I mean, who? And going forward, now that we know the money's been mismanaged, they got $250,000 at the closing. Where is it? Where is it? Okay? All right? But we've got beautiful, I mean, that presentation they made. How are they going those graveyards, they're like this, next to each other. Like this much in between. It's impossible. There's no way to put 4,000 more people out there unless you're going to bury them on top of each other, okay? I know many people that have pre-purchased plots. You just heard their attorney say, we told them if they bring their paperwork, right? Okay, so they have no idea how many plots were pre-sold. They have no idea. Because if they did, they wouldn't say, bring your paperwork, because they don't know. So this is a big mess. And I'm going to say, if you guys allow this to go forward, I mean, you're an attorney.
Okay, ma'am.
There's going to be problems.
Gloria Doby. Marion Icknick. I apologize for him. No. Kevin Eason. And after Kevin is Deslin Moore.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Easton. I reside at 2010 Northwest 5th Terrace. And what I want to bring to your attention here, I think I got enough for everybody. I just want to let you know that this has reached a national level. So I don't know if you've seen it yet, but I have something for you I want to show it to you. This is just the beginning. That land was set aside for burial use only. Only. Now, if you purchased it, what you did, you purchased a cemetery. You purchased a cemetery. And of course, yes, you gave them an extra $1 million because the property is worth $8 to $10 million. So you have enough equity to pay them another $5 million. So don't think because you just said you gave them an extra $1 million, you did something so great. Especially when there's no land left to bury. You didn't want to side on the federal, so the land was given to the Northwest community. I spoke with Paul Hunter's daughter this morning in the DC area. She could not come down, but she pleaded, make sure that they do the right thing. Do the right thing. We don't have all of the answers, but we know that property belongs to the Northwest community. And if you decide to keep it, convert it into a cemetery. Make it great. Make it look nice, but let it remain a cemetery.
Deslyn Moore and Teresa Black after. Deslyn, your name and address for the record.
Hey, I'm Deslyn Moore, and I live in Fort Lauderdale. Do I have to give my whole address, or do you guys want that?
Go ahead. Go on.
Okay. I just want to say that I see that all of this stuff, it just keeps happening around in Jacksonville, Tampa. Like, they've turned exactly what we see here. They presented it. They turned into a community center, or they turned into a high school. And the zoning in the cell, whatever had happened, it need to be retracted. And I think that the cemetery, it isn't industrial land, it's sacred land. You cannot build on sacred land. And any other people group, they don't have to really deal with these problems, but us. It's but us. But us. They don't have to worry about where they're gonna be buried. They got their own. That's why we in this situation. But as again, I think what was also said, they kept talking about 4,000 bodies left, but the number that we should have is 7,000. So the math ain't mathin'. I'm just trying to say, if they don't have that land, it should be ours. It's really our land. And we should have the rest of those 7,000 to bury the rest because we're running out. Everybody keeps saying we're running out of land. So why are we gonna give 4,000 up? And then where are we gonna go? Nowhere. I don't know. They said figure it out and give you $1 million. What $1 million gonna do? It's gonna run out eventually. It's gonna run out. So, and everybody kept saying too, the other money that was, the other plots that were purchased anyways, what if they're in that 4.5 acres? But they couldn't really answer that. They said the bodies weren't there, but what if the other plots, what if they're in that 4.5? So we're giving away burial spots? It don't make sense to me, to be honest. That's all I gotta say.
Teresa Black. Teresa Black. Tracy William? Oh, Terry Williams? And your name and address for the record, please.
Terry A. Williams, Eden, address is 757 Northwest 15th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida.
Thank you.
I would like to first say it's a miscarriage of justice. Even though it went to the 4th DCA, and the defending side lost in that court. Still a miscarriage of justice. The gentleman gave the presentation about not having funds. The board that is saying they're the owner never asked the community for funds or to let us know that we needed to better this cemetery. I'm one of those that went out several times to try to paint, make sure we can do what we can do for this property. Also, we talk about plots. My mother, Mattie Bell Slappy Williams, owns 4 plots at the cemetery. She's blind now. But when she went last, they had other people buried in her spaces. The history, young lady Darlene, you asked about the history. Black folks were put over in Pompano Cemetery on Federal Highway. They were forced to be moved because white folks thought that their blood would be tainted if the black bodies remained. So I'm asking this board to reach deep. We understand the attorney has spoken that they can only vote on the zoning. I'm asking you to put a stay on it. Allow, like Lori Battle said, archaeologists to come in and find some remains at that location. I participated with Tallahassee and regarding it being a historical venue. They never said that that other portion of that cemetery land was not historical. So I think we need to reach deep and look a little further to make sure that is true. Because the land stretched from 18th Avenue based on the historian, Mr. Wooten and Mr. Richard Macon, who did know where people were buried and how the land was supposed to be used. In white communities, I happen to also reside out west. In those communities, we never come back and say we want to remove bodies. I have a son. I would have not put him at Westview, but I put him at Forest Lawn, and we don't have this issue. Nobody's trying to purchase that land. And when the board, some of the members went to Forest Lawn to try to get them to buy the cemetery, they found that it felt a little fraudulent, and I feel the same way. So until all litigation with this new situation with the National Florida Bar takes place, I'm asking you, imploring you again, to make this a stay instead of moving forward with giving them the zoning. Thank you.
Elijah, I cannot. Elijah Lind. Who spoke? Okay, thank you. Davina Bean. Davina Bean. Pastor R.C. Stanley? He left.
But he wants it to be denied.
Jason Fuller? And after Jason is Sonia Finney? And Jason, your name and address for the record, please.
Jason Fuller, address 613 Northwest 16th Avenue, Pompano Beach. Licensed funeral director and embalmer. And the reason I bring that up, I asked the gentleman to show some of the numbers. I'm going to get right to it because I don't have much time. One of the referrals that they keep making, even in the city's presentation, is that the proposed site is adjacent to the cemetery. It is not adjacent. It is the cemetery. So it's not adjacent. Secondly, the boundary of the historic Westview Community Cemetery, that's where they're building on the boundary or proposed building. It was one parcel that was split into multiple parcels. Okay, so I'm gonna get, while he's getting that, we have a statement by a person that has witnessed, was there, witnessed a burial on that site, and we have a statement of that. So they are saying that even in their application to the zoning for planning and zoning, they're saying it was unused. There's a statement of a person that witnessed, attended a burial of an infant child, as Mr. Wooten spoke to before. During that time, paupers, people that were poor, that could not afford it, and babies were buried in that section. So there are burials in there. It is not unused. There are burials there. The gentleman mentioned, or you mentioned, I believe, about the 1,500 approximate at the Pompano Cemetery. I believe that's what you stated. They have less than 5 years of burial remaining. The 4,000 spaces that they speak that do exist, looking at the numbers, in the last 5 years, starting with 2017, the top left is the African American deaths in Pompano Beach. 2017, 251, 18, 248, 256. So in 6 years, 1,851, right? If we just do simple math, I mean, we can do simple math. How many years would it take for those 4,000 spaces to be accounted for? That's not considering Deerfield Beach, which Ms. Battle and others have, Mrs. Battle, sorry, and others have spoken of family and representatives in Pompano Beach. And then when you mentioned about the 1,500 spaces I just pulled, now this is according to the Florida Vital Statistics, just white or Caucasian, in the last 5 years, 5,425 in the city of Pompano Beach. 5,425, Caucasian or white. So this is just African American. We're talking white, Caucasian, not Hispanic, just white and black. So if we take 5,000 Caucasians, very small portion that go to Westview, but still, the large 1851, you're talking 5 to 10 years, if that, burial in our cemetery. But it is a cemetery. It is not adjacent to the cemetery. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Sonia Williams Finney, 173 Northwest 15th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. I want to start by reading a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King. He said, "He who passively accepts evil, is as much involved in it as he who helps to perpetrate it. He who accepts evil without protesting against it is really cooperating with it." So I just want to start with that. And then I have a question for, I believe, the developers, and I believe they said they had the representative from, I believe it's the gentleman there that did the sonar work. I have a couple of questions for you. I believe you represent the company GPRS, is that your company? And I just want to know what is the scope of the services that are provided by GPRS?
He's going to answer all the questions at the end. So
okay, so my question is, they hired GPRS to do their sonar work, and I did my own research and looked up the services that are provided by GPRS. When I looked at it, their services are basically utility locating, video pipe inspection, concrete scanning, 3D scanning, drone imagery, leak detection, mapping, and modeling. They do not have any services provided in looking for bodies or bones. My next question that I wanted to ask them was, if they have, which I think I know the answer, how many archaeologists are employed by them? Because most of the companies that do that type of work have archaeologists on staff that do the work for them. So that was my other question, is how many archaeologists does that company employ, and how many were involved in the work that they did at Westview?
okay, they'll answer that. You can keep talking if you like.
So that was really all that I had, other than, again, saying that I hope that you all will dig deep and listen and take into consideration the information that was given. I find it very interesting that the attorney and the developer tried to present history for Westview Community Cemetery when they have no knowledge. This is the history of Westview, the people on this side of the room. So for them to get up and come and say that they're representing Westview, I also find it very interesting that they went all the way to, I'm assuming he's in California, to get John Amos to talk about Esther Roll. Why didn't they go to Esther Roll's family? She has family right here in Pompano Beach. And that's pretty much all that I have to say, but I would like to get my questions answered. Thank you. Thank you.
Mary Phillips. Mary Phillips. And after Mary is Walter Hunter. And Mary, your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, but before I get started, I would like for the property appraisers map to go up on that screen so you all can see how much land is left to bury people on. So if you can go ahead and put it on that computer, property appraiser's site, and how much land is left to bury people on, I think a visual would be good so people see and they know what we are working with for that cemetery. So if you can go ahead and do that before you start the clock on me, okay? Thank you, Mr. Fred Stacy. You put the Broward County Property Appraiser's map, and it shows you exactly how much land is left to bury our people on. And you'll see why it's so important in this community to preserve what we have.
South down to Copens. There you go. Hold on, you were just there, I think, weren't you? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay. So do you see the lines where you got to shrink it so that we can see the entire thing? There is only, if you look at that map, in red, that's the portion that, now you can put me on. My name is Mary Phillips. I live at 384 Northwest 19th Street in Pompano Beach, Florida, 33060. But if you can see from that map, that big portion that they're taking and what's remaining to bury people on, there's very little land left. And then some of those lots, cemetery plots, have already been taken for people who have purchased them. One of the board members said that he owns about 10 of those lots. So now you have to deduct from what they're claiming that's available from what's existing. I have an issue with them saying it's an arm's length transaction. I don't believe that that board did an appraisal to determine the value of that property before they sold it. I do not believe that it was put on the market to determine what would have been the best price for that property. And I believe if they would have made it public that they were selling it, it would have never gotten sold. I think that everything they did in secret. And that was disingenuous to this community because they were supposed to be representing this community. So I think that you all should move forward with not approving this. The current board, they have been selected by the community. They were very transparent. They went the proper procedure to notify the entire community to be involved. That board did not. Everything that they've done has been in secrecy, and they know how valuable it is to this community to preserve what we have. We have children that are going to be buried in the future, and some of the older people that are here still want to be buried on that land. That's our land. I feel like the Indians that came and took what we had, basically stole it from us, because that's what they're doing. They're stealing this property from the community. So please, please, I implore you to dig deep in your heart and realize that the best use for that property is for cemeteries, because that is what it was planned for. And we don't have very much, and they're right, land left. I'm a realtor. So when they were talking about arm's length, I'm like, no, that was not an arm's length transaction. The new board is planning on taking over, and they're in litigation right now to take control. Nobody knows what's going on. They've been burying people all along. What happened to that money? Those properties were supposed to be preserved with the money that they received for those burials. What happened to it? There were a lot of people that died during COVID, and I was personally told by one of the cemeteries that they buried a lot of people in there. What happened to all of that money? Why wasn't that used to update that cemetery? Okay, so please deny them being able to rezone that property for what they want to rezone it for, because we got a lot of commercial all over Pompano Beach, and that property needs to remain what it is. Thank you.
Walter Hunter, and then Eula Foster. Walter, your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, my name is Walter Hunter. I live at 2337 Northwest 15th Court, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Good evening, Board. For more than 2 decades, I have been entrusted with the management of Westview Community Cemetery. Throughout the years, Westview has faced numerous financial problems, or challenges rather, in leading the board to make the most difficult decision that we could ever make, and that was in selling the land, unused land, with a heavy heart, and you can take that from me. For my many, many years there serving on that board. And now the time has come. The time has come to breathe new life into Westview Cemetery. I understand that many are curious about how we plan to utilize the funds. Allow me to shed some light on our vision. Let me begin painting and pressure cleaning of all the vaults in the cemetery is $100,000. Lawn and the new irrigation system is going to be over $350,000. Fencing is going to cost us over $165,000, not including the $65,000 we already spent and got a new fence on the south side of the cemetery. Moving forward, and to restore the existing graves that are broken and that's dismantled. To do that, that's going to be over $15,000. Salaries cost us $65,000 of $65,830.
Quiet.
The day-to-day operation of the cemetery is $4,000. And we waste it because of people giving disinformation and untruthful information, legal fees that has cost us $200,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Eula, your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening to this board. My name is Eula Foster. I reside at 2856 Northwest 13th Street, Fort Lauderdale. And I am so full this evening. I am full. Why are we here discussing, all of this when, first of all, we don't know nothing about the members that's supposed to be on a board, more less than the ones that sold the cemetery. It's a community cemetery. How do one or two people sell it? You don't ask the community for no money. We're not poor. And there's nothing out there we can't take care of. You're supposed to be my friend, Mr. Hunter. You know you were Foster. You didn't call me. You didn't say you was doing nothing. And none of the rest of them. And here you all dealing with somebody that's running herd over us, talking about what gonna happen with the land and this and that and the other. I'm appalled at that. Who else in this world, in this country, in 1923, in 2023, got to be up here fussing about a cemetery? Who else? You know, this is ridiculous. Rezoning. Who else, how many of y'all over there would have your cemetery rezoned? Let somebody come in there and buy it to build up, put warehouses. That's against God's principles. Against God. This is a spiritual matter, and you all know it. And the ones what did it, and Mr. Hunter, I'm talking to you, because you wanted to put your name in it. I don't know who the other 2 or 3 people is, but y'all don't represent the community. You're not doing it, else you would have come and say community this, that, and the other. People being buried out there all the time, and you talk about you don't have no money. Where the money going? You talking about you been there. I seen you on YouTube. You done did something for 20 years out there. In the graveyard, I don't see one graveyard you clean off. What's going on? You know, this is really kind of ridiculous. It is, and this gonna go further than this if it get pushed. Now, if you wanted to do something with the cemetery, you should have asked for the community. That's what it says. This sounds like the same thing was done back some time ago when one president gave us 40 acres of land and a mule, and then here comes somebody else. The next man took the 40 acres back. What kind of foolishness is that? I mean, we can't get reparation. It's just ridiculous. So the one what was talking about his soul and this, that, and other, honey, God is in charge. Don't say what it's gonna be, because he can change the plan. God bless you.
Robert Kinchin. And afterwards is, I think, Geraldine.
How you doing? My name is Robert Kitchen. I live at 673 Northwest 20th Court, Pompano Beach, Florida. And I sat where you are sitting for 10 years or better. First thing I want to say is in 2021, there was 111,038 citizens in Pompano. We know that from 2021 up until now, that number has very much increased. How many of that number is still in poverty and cannot afford to go anywhere else to be buried except out there in Hana? We have 3 cemeteries in Pompano, 3. We have 30 or more warehouses, 30 or more. And then my next thing is, how do we disconnect one parcel of land from something that has already been called a cultural fact? And the next thing I want to say is, I was told that these guys that did this land thing, they did it 2 times in Deerfield and found nothing. Florida Power and Light went out there 1 time and found bones and teeth. And I'm not done. Mr. Hunter, how can you have a vision when you've been voted out by the community?
I believe this is Geraldine. Okay. Ella Williams or Ellie Williams? Okay. Donald Jackson. Donald Jackson. Stacy. I can't make out the last name, but Stacy. Okay. Pamela. And your name and address for the record, please. And after Pamela is Ed Phillips.
Good evening to the board. My name is Pamela Hightower, 3017 Northwest 2nd Street, Pompano Beach. I am not a native resident of Pompano, but I've lived here for 20 years, and Pompano is where my heart is. So to see as many residents here upset by their ancestors being removed, I totally understand. We are living in a world now, 2023, where they are banning books concerning our history. They are trying to remove us from our history. This incident with this cemetery is another way to remove our history. Esther Roll is buried out there. A lot of dignitaries and a lot of people that grew and built Pompano are buried out there. And here we sit here today and we're arguing about the upkeep. Well, let me tell you, my mom is buried in Heaven Rest in Little Rock, Arkansas. We had the same issue, but guess what? The funeral home notified the residents of money that was needed. The community pulled together and cleaned the funeral home. We didn't need outside help. That's the problem with some people thinking that we need help. We are black people and we are resilient and we can do it on our own. All we need is the information, the effort, and the time. And we need to know what's going on. These people haven't been notified properly. They haven't been notified properly from the owners, from the board, from anyone. So now it's an uproar because they don't know what's going on. And when you talk about removing people, you're talking about souls. And in conclusion, I just want to say this, and I mean this with all my heart. The spirits of my ancestors did not manifest themselves in my soul bones to watch me be a convenient soul for someone else's feet. We're not laying down on this. So I want you to push a stay on this and let us get everything done correctly. If you want to do a good job, board, do a thorough job. Get an architect in there and let us tell us what's really going on. Let's not go by the word of this board because we know what their motive is, money. Ours is spirit.
You know, I almost want to say mayor, commissioners, yada, yada, yada. My name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. And some of you may or may not know, and this gentleman over here, he needs to know this, that I'm a former two-time city commissioner for the city of Pompano. You need to know that. Now, excuse me. Now, having said that, you know, I'm very, very disappointed at the people who felt like they were kings for life on the Pompano Cemetery Board. They've never come to this community to be voted out or voted in. And I must tell you, I'm going to be as quick as I can. In 2002, 2003, as a commissioner, we were looking to buy the cemetery land. We had set aside $1 million to purchase that land. But that could not go forward without a community meeting. A community meeting was held at 15th Street Church of God. The church was full. And the church said, no, I tell you that because I need to set a precedent for how things are done when you talk about a nonprofit board with land that is entrusted to them by this community. At that particular time, the community said no, they do not wish to have the land bought by the city because they wanted to have a place that they felt that it would be economically feasible for the folks in the neighborhood. And quite frankly, the other part of that is that they just didn't feel that the non-African Americans would be fair with the burial of their loved ones. Now I'm going to say this to you. It appears that a bear has been poked, and we are that bear, and it's being poked. I have heard the city attorney, I need these folks to understand, the city attorney gives you the criteria by which you make a decision, but that criteria is not definitive in terms of how you make that decision and what you do with it. I must tell you that, because all too often I've seen criteria given and it has been not followed because the folks who sit up here are not robots. And we're actually not to be robots. As I listened to the attorney, and thank you for all the information you gave us, because I actually think you gave us some more bullets to defend ourselves. I want to close by saying just a few quick things. Although those criteria has been set, there's another criteria that's even more significant than the 3 or 4 that he's given you. And it says if this, let me see, it can be challenged if it serves the interests of the public. And guess what? We are the public. Let me say that again. You can deny if it serves the interests of the public. And tonight I must tell you, watch what I'm getting ready to say. It's storming, it was raining, falling all down, and I must tell you, in my neighborhood, the importance of this issue was there was this many people up in here, and so let me tell you tonight, we are the interests of the public. Excuse me. Officially, we request that you deny. Officially, we request that you deny. And I'll close by saying this one thing. Cemetery land is cemetery land is cemetery land.
Mr. Chair, before Mr. Atkins speak, I just want to make sure that Mr. Phillips understands that he and I know each other well enough that I could say this to him, that Mr. Atkins had no clue that you had served on this commission and was not in any intention.
I need to bring him up to speak.
Understood.
Very,
What happened?
I'll talk about that later.
Yeah, what happened, just so everyone knows, there were individuals who may have come and signed in, and sheets were gathered without consideration of when those individuals came in first or second. So you may have signed early thinking that you would speak first, but when the papers got assembled, but as soon as you came over, I want you to know I did speak with him, and we were about to put you in a better spot.
Excuse me if I will. It was not almost that he did not know is how he approached it.
Okay. Well, on his behalf, I apologize.
And I apologize to you, Mr. Phillips. There was no intention of that. Next up is a Walter. Is there a Walter? No. Willie Daniels? Willie Daniels? Valerie Hunter? Valerie Hunter? Janine Jones? After Janine is Donald Jackson. And Janine, your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Janine Jones. I live at 237 Northwest 12th Street in Pompano. A couple of things that I want to say. First, Mr. Hunter, thank you for coming back. First of all, like you said, you was entrusted. You betrayed the trust of the community. Looking at the presentation that was put up here tonight, like you said, you made that decision. It was, no, it was you stated in that video, you made the decision to sell that land. You had no right to do so. The second thing that I noticed from this video that you put up here, sir, you say you the president or you the trustee, what are you? Because I see Vicente name sitting up there saying he's the president, so who's really? It seems to me that don't come up here, Mr. Hunter. You had your time. Now, the other thing is this. I see a lot of fraudulent information that's sitting up on this documentation that's been put up on the screen. Number one, y'all sitting up here saying y'all gonna fix up the grade. You trying to tell me it's gonna take $15,000 to fix broken vaults? From my understanding of being in the fitness industry, the vaults normally cost about a good, what, grand? So if they're broken, how are y'all gonna fix all those broken vaults out there with $15,000, but you can paint
Please talk
and pressure clean, it costs $200,000. Something wrong with the numbers now. Don't play with people and their money. Number two, y'all talking about salaries. You talking about it's $4,000 a day? What is salary? Y'all say y'all ain't got no money. So where the money coming from? Please tell me where all this money coming from. And it's a shame. I ain't gonna even say it's the white man. I'm gonna blame it on this black man right here. Because it's you that did all of this. And I'm sorry for the company that decided that they wanted to do this. Something should have told you something was wrong when you got all this feedback from the community that the paperwork wasn't done properly. You should have known that. But yet, and sir, who presented today, let me tell you how nasty you were. You started off like acting like you were so concerned about us. But then you got very arrogant with your attitude. As if you, hey, we bought this land, ain't nothing you can do about it. So don't act like you really got compassion for us, because you ain't got none. All you looking at is the dollars. So at the end of the day, sir, boy, I just ask you, please do not join in the corruption of what you see on these screens, because it's a lot of corruption. And also, Beverly Perkins, is you still in here? Because I'm going to tell you this, and Beverly, I love you sweetly. But the one thing what I noticed what you did, and don't care who go back and tell, because I tell it too. But when you stood up with the outburst, you knew what the outburst was going to do, and what your plan was to get everybody in such an uproar that they can kick us out of here so we can't voice what we got to say. But I want to thank everybody for keeping your composure, because that's what the plan was, to get y'all in the uproar so they can say, shut it down, you got to go. That's why we're going to be who we are. So, board, I thank you very much. But like I say, be careful. Don't get caught up in the corruption. And thank you, Mr. Hunter, for all that you have not done.
Donald Jackson? Not here. Karen Mondesir? I think she left it. Terry Williams?
She's already gone.
Larry Slappy? All right. And after Larry is Tanisha Fuller. And Larry, your name and address for the record, please.
How you doing? I'm Larry Slappy, 1701 Northwest 5th Avenue, Pompano Beach, Florida. You know, when someone comes up with a form of deception, you might as well take the whole thing as being deceptive or untrue. So they talked about the historical aspect of it. They said that they filed these papers with the state. Now, if you know real estate, the whole thing comes under one folio number. In 2021, it was 14.27 acres. They filed their papers for historical aspects after that, in 2022, after they changed the folio number. That's one deception right there. Second deception, when they talked about burying they had no money left over. I just went and asked Mr. Fuller, he's a funeral director. He said it cost about $1,800. He put up a slide up there showing about 180 souls have died and been buried in Pompano. So if you multiply that, that's $180,000. What did they do with that $180,000? Third deception. He said, the developer, he said he was giving an additional $1 million. He said additional. Then when someone asked up here, he broke it down and said, wait a minute, 600,000 is coming from here and 400,000 is coming from here. That's not $1 million. So when someone comes up to you with some form of deception, even if it's one part of it, the whole thing is deceptive. They came in here with unclean hands, not telling the truth. I got so much more on here, but another one, if you have somebody who so-called purchased the property, and you putting them in charge of the repair. What? That's crazy. You're gonna have somebody purchase the property, and then they're gonna come back and say, this is what I'm doing. You have no right. You have no right to do that. So keep in mind, if someone comes in with one form of deception and unclean hands, the whole thing is just that. Thank you.
Tanisha Fuller, and then afterwards, Harold Fuller. Tanisha, your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. Twynisha Fuller,
My apologies.
a woman of God. Yes, so I would like to say that I was told that the old board members were Pastor Gary McLemore, Walter Hunter, Pastor Evander Derrico, and Vicente Thrower. I just would like to say that I honestly stand here appalled tonight, seriously, just with everything that is going on with the Westview Cemetery. It is truly a miscarriage of justice, and I don't even know you personally, Mr. Hunter, but you said that you were entrusted with managing the Westview Cemetery, and honestly, you have failed the community. For 23 years, that's an insult. But anyway, for 23 years, you have failed the cemetery, the community. My dad was just buried out there, I want to say 4 years ago, and honestly, I was embarrassed for him to be buried out there, simply for just the upkeep of the cemetery and how it looks, you know. And I'm a young person. I don't know if I'm gonna be buried out there, because just how it looks, the upkeep of it. And you said for 23 years. You've been doing it, you've been managing it for 23 years, and it still looks the same way it looked 23 years ago? I'm confused about that. And I just ask this board that's up here to please deny the rezoning of this cemetery. We have over 100 family members out there, and I'm gonna say what my aunt instilled in my siblings and I growing up, that you are going to be held accountable for the deeds done in your body, whether good or bad. And just like we instill into our children day in and day out that their actions have consequences, and I'm going to say to you that your actions have consequences as well, good or bad. Mr. Hunter, good or bad. Your actions have consequences, and you are going to be held accountable for the deeds done in your body, sir. Thank you.
Harold Fuller. Harold. Clarence Fuller. Clarence. Hubert Fuller. Hubert. Okay. Elsie Fuller? And after Elsie is Jamie Sneed. And Elsie, your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is L.Z. Fuller, 1624 Northwest 10th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I've been a resident of Pompano Beach for years. Matter of fact, I was raised here. My thing is, everybody know me as the picture man photographer, and Pompano Beach is my home. Now, I got one word to say: deny.
Jamie Sneed? Gone. Looks like last name Fulton. Oh, Jamie? All right. Jamie, your name and address for the record, please. Thank you, sir.
My name is Jamie L. Sneed.
And into the microphone, please.
Jamie L. Sneed, 2021 Northwest 5th Terrace, Pompano Beach, Florida. I have uncles, aunts, and cousins. I'm gonna get emotional about this that's buried out there, and I have even participated in cleaning up out there, and I was so involved, so disgusted about it, I stopped. And they've been buried out there now at least about 15 years. I can't find any of them. From my uncle to my best friend, my cousins, and like they were saying, Mr. Hunt, I'm sorry. For 20-some years and it still look the same, it's a disgrace. I would love to know where my cousin, Victor Bernardus McIntyre, is laying. And I have walked through that cemetery all day, in the heat, in the rain, in the cold, and I still yet to find where he's laying. That's all I got to say. I'd like to see where he's laying. Thank you.
Fulton, last name Fulton? Just your name and address for the record.
Euless Fulton, 2808 Northwest 6th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. My first thought, You said you've been out there, what, 30 years? 30-some years. My cousin
Speak
set
into
himself
the
on
mic,
fire.
sir.
I said, he said he been out there 30-some years. My cousin Anthony set himself on fire on that same piece of land that you said, that y'all sold. That's where he said he wanted to be buried at. He set himself on fire there about 10 years ago. So if you were there, you know about that. But my thing is, deny. I just buried friends, a father, homeboys, grandma, all that at the cemetery. All that was part of the cemetery when it was first purchased. How did this part become the cemetery and that part wasn't? It was all together at one time, right? Am I right or wrong? It was all together at one time. How is it not together right now? You got one part this here and that there, another part this and that there. That's basically saying y'all sold it all. It's all gone. You know what I'm saying? You can't take the baby from his mother without consequences. We as a people, you know what I'm saying, we coming together right now because when they said stand up, everybody that wanted to be sworn in and speak, all these people stood up. You should see how people went looking like, dog. The community has spoken. We out here in force. Let y'all know we don't want this on. We want our cemetery back. We want to be able to bury my loved ones along with myself. My father buried out there. My mother just bought a plot next to him. God's willing, she's still here with me. But when it's my time to go, I want to be buried out there by my mom and daddy. I want my kids to be buried by me. I got family history out there. 30, 40 years. I got friends that are way younger than me that passed away, that mother, father, and brothers, all buried right at that cemetery. Do you all think it's right or wrong? We think it's wrong, but apparently somebody ain't really give them about that. All we asking y'all do the right thing. Thank you.
Wayne Varium? Vareem. And after Wayne is Linda James. Wayne, your name and address for the record, please.
Wayne Vereen, 2420 Northwest 7th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. This is a very emotional thing for me, but I just want to make this short. I look at this board, y'all represent the city of Pompano, and I'm looking at every name that's on this board. You have a choice to make tonight, and I pray in Jesus' name that y'all make the right decision. Hear the cries of our ancestors. Their blood is running deep in our veins. My father, my grandmother, my brother. This community have blood inside their bodies that belong to their ancestors, and their ancestors are crying out tonight. Listen to them. Deny.
Linda James. Just give me one moment to try to fix this timer. There we go. Ms. Linda, your name and address for the record, please.
Linda James, 2432 Northwest 6th Court, Pompano Beach, Florida. I'm here tonight because I'm saddened. We live in a democracy, in a democratic society where we're enabled to do things that help each other and not help just a group of people. Every day I drive by that graveyard, I'm saddened because family members are out there. And just like I heard someone say earlier, they may not have been able to afford to put their family members someplace else, but they put them away the best that they could. And here tonight we stand and sit and hear. I watched the video and I wanted to know where that video came from, because that's not what Westview looks like. That's not what Westview is going to look like. If you've been by there, you see the graves are so close. How are you gonna change that design when those graves are this close? You can't do it. You can't do it. There has to be another way that we can do it. And as far as that side that they're saying nothing is at, if they're so confident that there's nothing there, why would you bring in someone that is not skilled to look at that grave, that property? Why would you? If you're confident that that is real and there's no graves there, you should have been saying, let me bring in someone who is credible. We don't have anyone who's credible. We heard that earlier. And now, not only are you saying that you did what was best for us, sir, you did what was best for yourself. And that's the sad part about it. And every night that you look in the mirror before you go to bed, you have to remember this episode that you desecrated every one of those bodies that you moved. Thank you.
Melvin Russell? Melvin Russell? Okay. After Melvin is Eddie Boyd. And Melvin, your name and address for the record, please.
Melvin Russell. I reside at 1711 Northwest First Avenue, right here in the city of Pompano. And I just have just a small comment that this is all about greed and disrespect. And if you all decide to go along with this, that graveyard, that cemetery, it is sacred. All of it is sacred. Every last bit of it. And if you go along with what is happening, you're going to be cursed along with those that are already cursed. I'm here to tell you. I prayed about this thing, and I had some restless nights. And the Lord said, tell them the curse will be on them because that money is cursed. It's cursed. And I ask of you, no thumbs up. Thumbs down. Thank you for your time.
Cherry Davis after Eddie.
Good evening to the Pompano Board. I stand here today. My name is Eddie Boyd. Reside at 2147 North 4th Court in Pompano Beach, Florida. However, it's crazy to actually be standing up here at a present time like this. I got grandfathers, grandmother, sharecroppers. You guys got any grandparents, sharecroppers that actually picked and farmed and, okay. I got a grandfather. He been a migrant sharecropper doing up and down the highways, farming practically his whole life. My uncle, Leander Fuller, who ran for the board as well. My thing is, we have an issue on the behalf of saying cleaning up or doing whatever necessary need. When we are asked to do things around our house, or we got junk in front of the yard, we get a citation immediately, and we have a certain amount of time to respond to it. And if we don't respond to it, we get cited. So my thing is,
if it's that simple to cite, or either you have a code enforcer to go from community to community, site to site, his job is specifically to find what needs to be upgraded and what needs to be brought to a person's attention. So if that be the case, I'm trying to understand myself, why is it that we don't have someone to be able to go to a jail facility, or when someone get in jail or get in trouble, give them a citation where they can go out there and do a workforce out there and clean up the area? That would be a good solution as well to me, because if not, you do it other places. I mean, I've been incarcerated, and so when I got out, in order for my, you know what I'm saying, punishment or whatever, I had to actually go and serve free time. So in doing so, we can easily find ways to, you know, to have it to be applied in a proper way possible. My thing is, if we do this and everything, it will be a sad occasion, because there's no way we can compare it to the other cemeteries. The other cemeteries, they are so high, I don't want to cuss. They're so high. I'm standing here for my mom, and she's unable to right now come out here. And she had tears in her eyes. My mom had tears in her eyes, said, son, if you can, just go out there and hear what has to be said. I pretty much didn't want to even say anything, because it seemed like everybody almost got their mind made up to me, you know? And it's a sad thing. If it's in your neighborhood, if it's where you guys stay, you know what I'm saying, I'm pretty sure you'll be lashing out as well, you know what I'm saying? But now it's in our domain. And we as the people, we don't stand up for ourselves and speak for one another. There is nobody going to give a doggone about us. How about that?
I didn't put my name in speak, but somebody put it on there, so I got to say something. My name is Jerry Davis, 3040 Northwest 6th Court, Pompano Beach, Florida. I'm here because somebody put my name down, and I think I should speak for my parents. My mother and my father are both buried out there. I was just out there the other day. I can find their graves completely. Dad has been gone, may you rest in peace, Father, for over 30 years, and my mother over 20 years. And they're both out there, and my father is a military vet. My sister fought for 7 months to get them to put his tomb, the tomb there. But anyways, I get great pleasure going out there to my parents' grave. They were perfect parents, and as far as I'm concerned, and I am who I am today because of them, and because of the Christianity that they instilled in me. They had me to learn to love Jesus early, and I think that's why I know what my calling is. I'm called to pray. I'm an intercessor, and I tell you this, I will pray against the rezoning of that. I will pray against it until Jesus cracked the sky, until Jesus cracked the sky and come back. That's how long I will pray against the rezoning of that, because my father fought for this country, and as far as I'm concerned, my precious daddy fought for that cemetery, and that cemetery should be left alone. It's a cemetery. Leave it alone. It's sacred ground. It's for us. Don't bother with us. Leave us alone. Just give us that at least. In Jesus' precious name, amen, amen. Thank you for your kindness and your time.
Alice Chapman. No. Roderick Phillips. And after Roderick is Alita Boyd. And Roderick, your name and address for the record.
Roderick Phillips, 2620 Northwest 10th Street, Pompano Beach, Florida. Yes, I'm here to ask this board to deny until you wear the shoes that I wear. and the skin I have, then you can understand where the community is coming from. That land was given to black folks. I got it right here. Rest was given to black people in the time when blacks could not be buried on the same grounds as whites. The truth hurts. The truth hurts. And genocide happened to folks. I cried. I looked at the Holocaust. I cried. Genocide has happened to us because just like other races, we got people that sold us out, sold out the community what was entrusted, that were entrusted to look out for the community, that were service of the community. I have it right here. I have it right here. Paul Hunter donated 14.5 acres to local black churches. In turn, the church established a nonprofit organization, the Westview Cemetery Community Association, to ensure that black residents seeking affordable burial sites would not be turned away. But race was not a qualification because they allowed white folks to be buried there too. But if they wanted to, I got it right here. I did my research. We got land that was donated by black people to black people that was given to us by a black person who entrusted black people to be servants to the community, who turned their backs on black people and sold out to the white man. The truth hurt, don't it? Now, white people got control of 4 acres of black land that was given to black people by black people. It goes all the way back to slavery times. I feel like I'm getting whipped all over again. Who said it? I'm getting whipped all over again. You don't know nothing about the black experience. You dare to put black on a video and that's just like saying the Lord's Prayer backwards. I might be Jesus. You gonna take Jesus off the cross and don't beat him? Put me on the cross, beat me, take my land, and then bury me somewhere else. That's what's going on to us in the black community. We are being horsewhipped, we are being bad abused, and we're being sold out by our own people that were entrusted to look out for us. I ask you, red, yellow, black, or white, here, precious to I say, Jesus loved the children of the world. I ask you to deny the white people that got the money, deny the 4 board members that sold out the black community access to the land that was given to black people. I ask you to deny it, and don't let it go through. Let them know that money, that filthy lucre, does not buy everybody. It can buy some, but it can't buy everybody. Thank you.
Alita Boyd. And then Nicole Boyd afterwards. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Nicole.
You're Nicole? Okay. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for taking the time, being so patient with us, letting us speak our truth tonight. My mother is Alzetta Boyd. You called her name, but she's asked me to come up and speak in her stead. My name is Nicole Tracy Boyd. I am a 3rd-generation Pompanonian. I reside at 740 Northwest 17th Street in Pompano Beach. The reason that I decided to come and speak tonight, I was just gonna listen and show my support to those who wanted to speak. But I heard the 2 representatives from KZ Capital, and I heard some very disturbing, troubling things. The first young lady said that there was no cultural advantage to keeping that land. The gentleman came up behind and said there was no historical, advantage. I want to give you some context from my point of view. Sherman Cason, my great uncle, Walter Holland, Yvonne Kaysen, Gary Jones, Walter Robinson, Clint Kaysen Sr., Willie Kaysen, Cameron Jones, James Jones, Anna Holland, and Roderick Gordon. Those were just the relatives that I could think of in the time that I've been sitting here. I'm sure I have many more buried out there. Those are the ones that I could think of. So for the reference of those who spoke from KZ Capital, there is your cultural and historical reference right there. In addition to that, the video that was shown, very well put together. However, it did not reflect the one or two times that I'm personally aware of citizens of Pompano going out there painting their own loved ones' tombstone, pulling up weeds, planting flowers, beautifying the area around their loved ones. Residents did that themselves, went out there on their own. I heard Mr. Hunter say something that I almost fainted. My fiance and I, we own a pressure washing business, Get You Right Mobile Wash, established in 2016. And there is no way that a $100,000 estimate is correct. We would do it for free. We would do it happily for free, Mr. Hunter, for free. And so these estimates, if someone can throw out a number as egregious as $100,000 to pressure wash, can you imagine how inflated the other numbers are? I mean, I know, I heard what Attorney Saunders said, and I heard you all before we started with our expressions that you only can make a recommendation. You don't make you recommend. So we're asking you to recommend, make the recommendation that the rezoning does not go through. Your voices will hold sway. That's why you're up here. You're volunteers. You have the greatest hearts of anyone in the world. The heart of a volunteer is the greatest. So if you make the recommendation, they'll listen. They will listen. They haven't listened to us thus far. But I trust and believe that if you all make the recommendation, there have been a lot of impassioned people come up here and tensions are running high. But understand, these are our loved ones. Laws change every day. One thing I heard the gentleman say, this land has been sold and that it will never be a cemetery. There's nothing that you can do. No, I don't believe that's true. Laws change every day. People said the same thing about Roe v. Wade. They said the same thing about gun laws. They said the same thing about prayer in schools. As long as we are still in the fight, it can be changed. But if the rezoning goes through, now you have taken it out of our hands. So we are asking you, we are imploring with you, this board, every single member. I will not try to pronounce your name. Mr. Clausewitz, Ms. Kovacs, Ms. Coleman, Mr. Stacer, Ms. King, Ms. Smith, Mr. Lewis. We implore every last one of you to please take this into account. As long as the rezoning, even if you rezone it, it can be rezoned again. I've been in Pompano my whole life. You know how many rezonings that my area has been through?
Okay, ma'am.
So again, I thank you for your time. And I will ask you to please make the recommendation that they do not rezone the cemetery. Thank you.
Maximo Gordon.
My name is Maximo Gordon. I live at 700 17th Court in Pompano. I'm trying to calm down, but let me tell you something. People have spoken and spoken and spoken about Mr. Hunter, just pointing fingers at Mr. Hunter, Mr. Hunter. I'm not going to just point fingers at Mr. Hunter, because if he said what is true, earlier he said that they asked the city of Pompano for funding. And if they ask the city of Pompano for funding and they didn't come through saying that there was no funds. That was years ago. Years ago, which means Hunter is not the only one that has failed us. But the city of Pompano has failed us as well. Okay, because here it is, it's 20-something years later, and if there's still no funding, it's just gonna be the same thing. So where does it end? Who else do we point the fingers at? Again, like she said, we own a pressure washing company. I'm willing to do it for free. Free. I'm a resident. And if you guys just say no, even if it's temporarily, just say no, give us the opportunity, give the community the opportunity to show you what we can do as a community. And like I said, we'll do it for free. No $100,000 for pressure cleaning, we'll do it absolutely free. And if we need painting done, there are people in the community that's willing to do it absolutely free. Where there's a will, there's a way. In this community, where the will, we have it. Just give us the way. Simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Randy Wimberly. He's gone. Willie Jones. Just your name and address, please.
Name is Willie Jones. My home address is protected because I'm a former law enforcement person. It's protected by law. So I will not give you my home address because of my family. I'm gonna start tonight, not the way I started 2 weeks ago, but it's gonna sound much like it. Here we go again. Malcolm X said, "A man that stands for nothing will fall for anything." If you don't have any principles, you have no value. Unfortunately, those words are hollow to the people where their bottom line is $1.5 million. Because if they would have thought for the first time, black cemetery, can I do this at a Jewish cemetery? Can I take this to a Catholic community? You know what? What about my Muslim brothers and sisters? Can I take it to them? No, but I know who I can take it to, people I've been taken advantage of all my life. Here we go again. When I was here before, I said the people that bought the land and representing the people that bought the land, high-rise, beachside property, fancy suits, resources out of the yin-yang. They can go and buy anything, anybody to say anything at any given time because they got the money. But that's not, I'm gonna blame them, but I'm not gonna blame them. The reason I'm not gonna blame them because they saw an opportunity. The city commissioners appointed you as an arm of them. The city is not this board. The city commission is not the board. The people of Pompano Beach, the citizen of Pompano Beach are the board. We elected you guys, or someone put you in place to represent us. The only thing we have asked of you and the commission, represent us, our interests, not the bottom dollar, not the bottom line. That's all we're asking for. We already know you don't understand our culture, our history. We take that into consideration when we speak. We just ask you to do the right thing. And the right thing for us, the community, is no. Those fancy numbers, that fancy presentation, he went to school for that. He had someone to put that up and put it together for you to see. Not once did he bring up an opposition to what they were doing, before, during, and after. They stated that we already bought the land. It's sold. It's ours. It'll never be the cemetery again. Let me read something real quick from Washington, D.C., and I'm gonna get out of your way. Okay. The National Bar Association stands in support of African American Burial Grounds Preservation Act, which was signed into law as a part of H.R. 2617, the Consolidation Appropriation Act of 2023. So that's federal law, not state law, not civil. If you want to stay in line with federal law, here it is. Read it. Thank you.
Loretta Jones. Michael Lewis.
You're my hero.
Michael Lewis. Moses Adams. You go. May Adams. Gone. Bernadette Lucas. Bernadette Lucas. Sam Jackson. Sam Jackson. That's all the names I have on here. Did I miss anyone?
You say you can't speak twice, right?
You can talk to me after if you really want to. You don't like me that much, but that's okay. Okay. Well, we're done with that, right? Audience to be heard at this point. Did you want to? You look like you want to say something. I was thinking we should too. Before your close, I think we're going to take about a 10-minute break. We're a little on a short rope right now. Okay. And exactly. Some of this can only go so long. All right, we're going to go back on the record. Thank you. So for the close, Mr. Polyakov, go ahead.
Sure, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, at this point, I'm going to answer some of the questions that were asked. There were very few questions asked. I'm going to call up two people to answer questions that they directly were asked, and then I will close up and enter a summation into the record. Before I call on the two individuals, the ground penetrating radar, et cetera, I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that were said. One resident stated that Commissioner Perkins stood up and shouted out in opposition because she wanted everyone to get thrown out of the meeting. I actually don't think that was the case. I think she shouted out in order to be able to recuse herself at the next meeting when this goes before her. So I just wanted to correct the record on that for having a conflict of interest. Commissioner Phillips stated,
quiet, folks. Go ahead.
you were very respectful when the resident.
Please. Okay, I'll try, Mr. Polyakov.
Commissioner Phillips mentioned that there's a criteria that you can deny in the interest of the public. That's not correct. That's not even a criteria anywhere in the code. And the reason why that's not in the code is because it would be arbitrary and capricious. And that is not even a standard thing to look at when considering the item.
That's not true. Okay.
It is true.
Come on.
All right, at this time, I'm going to call up first, let's start with the ground penetrating radar engineer, Peterson Jean-Baptiste. If you could please state for the record your name, who you work for, and what you did out at the property, and then I'll direct you to the couple of questions that residents asked.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is Peterson Jean-Baptiste. I am an area manager with ground penetrating radar, also known as GPRS. GPRS is a nationwide company that's been in service for 25 years. As the young lady said, we do specialize in underground utility locating, concrete scanning, but also the website also says that we specialize in subsurface investigation, which includes voids, underground storage tanks, and also, as in the case of this project, any burial sites. Okay, so in 2021, we did this project where we located the sold land and we scanned thoroughly in a grid pattern every approximately 2 to 5 feet so that we make sure that there were no burial sites. And based on our findings, we can conclude that there weren't anything found, and therefore that's the reason why we didn't need to find or talk to any archaeologists.
And there was a question asked, if something was found, what do you do? What would you have to do by law?
Typically, if something is found, we do have to call about it and find an archaeologist just to discuss the findings so that they can go ahead and do further investigation.
And was anything found, just state that again, was anything found on this property after a complete review?
No, we did not find anything consistent with any underground burial site.
Thank you.
Okay.
At this point, I'm going to call up Walter Hunter to answer a couple of questions that were asked to the public that only the cemetery would be able to answer.
Come on, quiet, please.
Mr. Hunter, and I'll direct the questions to make it a little bit easier for you. A resident asked if an appraisal was done on the site. Was an appraisal done on the site?
Yes, it was.
Was the purchase price consistent with the appraisal?
Yes, it was. Matter of fact, I think it was a little higher than the appraisal was.
For the sale of the property, how much money did Westview Cemetery have in the bank?
Before the sale of the land, Westview Cemetery had very little money to do anything with.
Quiet, please.
Does Westview Cemetery have a perpetual care account to take care of the cemetery?
Excuse me, a question again?
Does Westview Cemetery have a perpetual care account to take care of the property?
No, sir. Westview have never had perpetual care in the beginning of the cemetery in 1952.
How many burials do you have per month?
Well, we have about consistently maybe 5.
What is the
quiet, please. Come on, folks.
What is the price of a burial?
Well, the burial price now, If I may, let me just say, before we raised the price, it came from $400 to $800 to the price now, which is $1,600 if you live in Pompano, $1,700 if you live outside of Pompano.
One of the residents asked a question about fundraising for the site, for your site.
To be honest with you, I haven't seen any of these people in my office in the 23 years I've been there.
Can you please talk about fundraising? Have you been able to raise funds for the maintenance of the cemetery?
No, I went to the city, asked the city for funds, and of course, we don't live in this, we...
Quiet, please. Come on.
Excuse me. We asked the city for funds, but because it's a private organization, they could not give us the funds that we need because we do not, pay the taxes in the taxpayers' expense. They wouldn't give us no money.
You all recently did an analysis of how many cemetery plots could be installed at the cemetery that are unspoken for, not spoken for cemetery plots. How many more burials can you have in the existing cemetery that have not been accounted for?
Have not been accounted for?
Correct. How many more people can be buried there on sites that have not been purchased?
I would say anywhere from 4,000 or more.
Quiet, please, folks.
A question was asked about code enforcement. Have you ever been cited by code enforcement at the cemetery?
Yes, we have. As a matter of fact, when we was fined, we were actually fined by the city of Pompano Beach. Code enforcement, this was back in the years when we had no monies to get the cemetery cut, and all we had was weeds growing up. And then the city code enforcement came out. This is within my 23 years. The city came out and the code enforcement, and I had to come before the board up here with the city, yes. I think we've been fined about twice, but we was able to get most of that cut where we didn't have to pay it.
Thank you. A resident volunteered to do all the pressure cleaning of the cemetery. You have in your estimate $100,000 for not only pressure cleaning, but also painting all of the tombstones.
Well, it's a little more than just painting and pressure cleaning, because a lot of those graves are like cracked or broken. They're going to also fix those graves as they go along, as they pressure clean and paint. Yes.
If the rezoning does not occur, if the city commission does not approve the land use change in the rezoning, the cemetery will lose out on an additional $1.5 million, including the perpetual care fund. How will the cemetery continue to operate?
Well, to be honest,
Quiet, please, come on.
be honest, in my opinion, after being there for 23 years, I don't think we can continue to survive. We will, but we'll do it with broken graves the same way it is today, but we're at the point now where we're actually able to fix it up.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want this board to know about the sale or what this does to the cemetery?
Well, yes. I would like to just say it's a great thing that Jake them came along and that we was able to sell it. So now we have the funds, we have the monies to actually fix up the cemetery, to make it the best cemetery probably in Tri-County area, Broward, Palm Beach, and hopefully the state of Florida.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Quiet.
Thank you. I'm going to now answer.
Come on, folks, we're almost done, please. No, I've already told you what the order of everything is.
I'm going to answer one additional question, then I'll move into a quick summation. A resident brought up the African American Burial Act in Congress, and I'm very familiar with that act because currently there is budget issues in Congress if you've watched the news. What that act does is it was geared to create a fund in order to help out cemeteries such as this one all across the United States, where it would be funded that they could provide grant opportunities for cemetery. There's no money in that fund for that act, and the current congressional act is trying to seek $3 million to help fund all of the African American cemeteries throughout the entire United States. So I just wanted to clarify, when someone brought it up, it's not a federal law. It's actually a fund that's being created to try to assist with issues like this one, but is totally ill-funded, unfortunately, for the community. So where are we? I think there's confusion, and maybe it's intentional, unintentional, I can't figure it out, but there's a belief that if the land use and zoning gets denied tonight, that the property somehow reverts back to the cemetery.
Quiet, please. Quiet, quiet, please.
That premise, that proposition will never occur. The property was sold. It is owned.
Quiet, sir, please. I've been very patient, and you've interrupted. Okay. Go ahead.
Property is owned free and clear, okay? It is not part of Westview Cemetery. I think there's also some confusion of what the rights are of the owner if the rezoning does not occur.
Come on. Seriously, come on. We're close to being done, please.
Yes, the property ownership will not have to put up the additional $1.5 million. Yes, there will be no perpetual maintenance fund for the existing cemetery, but the funds it has, it will have to use in moving forward. But in addition to that, and I implore you can feel free to ask Ms. Dolan over here, what could the owner use the property for? As of right. As of right, they can make it a waste transfer station. They can make it a house of worship under our LUPA. They can make it a construction and demolition disposal facility. They can use it for recycling tires. They can use it for land clearing debris. They have rights on this property that they didn't feel were as good as putting a beautiful industrial office building there that could help fund the future of the cemetery. So I don't want anyone leaving here thinking that if this somehow gets denied by the city commission, that this goes away and that property will be utilized again for burials. That's not going to happen. That's never going to happen. And I want to make that
quiet, please,
to the community. Instead, the ownership will go back to the drawing board if it has to, and it will say, okay, fine, if we have to turn this into a waste transfer station under the code, that's what we'll do.
Quiet.
And sometimes, you know, you better be careful what you ask for, because anyone who knows what's happening in Broward County now, especially with waste, recycling, hauling, et cetera.
Come on, folks, please.
That they're looking for locations in this area to perform just that under the new Resource Recovery Board that it created. So we have now spent.
Come on, folks, please.
We have now
Please.
spent several hours at a meeting where at no time did anyone speaking, at no time, did they address any of the policy considerations in the comprehensive plan to show that staff was wrong, that their approval of the land use plan application was appropriate. At no time did a single resident provide any competent substantial evidence, on why the staff was wrong, that the rezoning criteria should be satisfied. This is a legal proceeding. I understand, and I stated it at the beginning, that there's a lot of emotion here on the fact that Mr. Hunter did what he thought was the right thing with his board and sold the property. But at this point, we're in a legal proceeding. Staff has found the criteria to be met, and there is no testimony otherwise. And for that, the board must approve this application. We have no further comments.
Thank you. Okay. I know it was about 6 hours, 8 hours ago you and I talked, so I don't even know what is your, did you have some other stuff, Mr. Saunders?
Just to remind the board again, unlike Mr. Polyakov, I'm not here to judge what has been presented. You've heard testimony. You've heard his arguments. Any discussion that involved subject matter that has either been litigated or is currently being litigated is not before you. What's before you is whether or not this particular, at least as to the land use plan amendment is concerned, whether or not there's consistency. Goals, objectives, policies of your comp plan. Irrespective of what staff has presented to you, this board has the ability, no matter what Mr. Polyakov has said, there is no mandate that you accept what staff has said. They have presented to you what they believe based upon their review of that comp plan. You, based upon the testimony that was presented tonight, the evidence that's been presented tonight, and I caution you, evidence is not argument. Evidence is evidence. So I caution you on what you believe is evidence. If you have questions that have not been answered, I strongly suggest you ask those questions so that you can have clarity of mind, as well as understanding that your recommendation, based upon the passion of this room, will be replayed when that recommendation goes before the City Commission. And I know that they would appreciate that you get as much information as possible in order to make that recommendation. And there was one other thing I wanted to make sure, and that was only because Commissioner Perkins is a sitting commissioner in the city of Pompano Beach. I believe, since I was sitting here, that her comments were directed not to any individual or to the subject matter specifically of the application before you. I'll be sure to go back tomorrow and look. But I believe her comments were directed because of the emotion she felt when watching the video. And so because of that, Mr. Polyakov, and he's already expressed to me his desires, and I have no problem, he's able to do whatever he does for his client, but I wanted to make sure that it was clear on the record, and it will be. If you look back and you see that her comments were directly related to the video, and I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we're done with both the audience and the applicant, and now the board will deliberate on the land use plan amendment, item number 2. So who would like to go first?
Chair, I have a question that I'd like clarification on.
Mrs. Smith, go ahead.
It was stated tonight that when Paul Hunter Sr. gave the property to the African-American community, that it was specified that it was to be for graves only. Is that written somewhere? I haven't seen that in any of our documents.
Ms. Smith, I am definitely not an expert on that issue. I'm assuming either Mr. Polyakov or Ms. Dolan, if they can or cannot answer, they would acknowledge that at least.
There's nothing in the public record that states that anyway.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lewis, are you? Quiet, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have? Is it okay to ask? Is this directly about the question?
There's no evidence. We would object to this, Mr. Saunders.
I'm sorry.
We would object to this. The public comment section is closed.
I don't think that's relevant, is it? I didn't.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question
as a board member, I can ask a question of anyone in the room, can I not? Or is this discussion only?
Yes.
It's discussion only, or I can ask a question of anyone in the room?
You can ask that question through the chair. If there's someone specifically qualified, that person's expertise to answer your question, if that's where you...
That's where I'm going.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, I would like to ask a question relating to Ms. Smith's question of...
Mr. Wood?
Mr. Wood, yes, of this gentleman. The only thing that I'm looking for, sir, is the intent of the giver of the land. Is there anything in writing any place? Do you know of anything in writing any place?
Personally, I don't know of anything, but the land itself, the 15 acres, was dedicated as a cemetery, the whole 15 acres.
Okay.
Okay,
The man that dedicated is buried
thank you, sir.
in the 15 acres.
That's...
Okay? That's the written part.
Thank you.
Mr. Polikoff, you also have an opportunity to speak to Mr. Wooten if you desire.
Again, there's nothing in the public record that...
I have it right here. What she want to know is on paper right here. All right, yeah. That's public record.
Did you want to ask that? Well, no. Don't read, no.
No, okay, thank you.
Actually, just wanted to clarify a couple things. Ms. Dolan, you sent me an email that from 2022, which I think the chairman spoke about with the remaining graves in the public cemetery, and I had that number as 1,782. Did you had an updated? This was from the Public Works Director back in 2022. So it's
I got one, you said it was 1,022, that sounds light.
February 1st, 2022.
Oh, no, okay, February 1st of 2022. But there was like, how many on
There was,
this? 1,700,
1782 left.
Yeah, and
back then.
Mr. McCon sent me something, it was about 150 less than that.
Okay.
As of like this week.
Okay.
So whatever that number is, it's about roughly 150 less.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to...
And that was, my point on that was, specifically was that, that's the other cemetery, because Forest Lawn, the end of the grounds at Forest Lawn, I believe, are all gone, or if not, there's very few. Okay, so who wants to go next? Mrs. King, go ahead.
I'm a little bit perplexed tonight at a lot of things that have taken place. I've heard you go back and forth as to there may not be history that's in writing, or no one has been able to produce certain things in writing. You have the history sitting right here in the audience. My parents are the history. Mr. Wooten, that is your history. What history do you need to write it down? We know that a lot of things from the African American community back in that time was not properly documented. A lot of the documentation were people that were less educated and could not pin those things and keep those things down. And because of the changing of guards, for you to be demanding these things when we have real life testimony of people explaining to you what happened is a little bit preposterous to me. I'm really taken aback tonight about a lot of things that have been discussed. When I sit in this seat, I consider the people. I like having developers. I think it's good that we develop our community, but I don't want us to get so entrenched in development that people are just a number or checking a box. That's not my assignment here. Each time when I hear people come to express their sentiments, whether for or against, I strongly take it in consideration, and I think you all missed it because you didn't. perhaps way early on, you should have listened to the people. They've been crying out since I heard this come on the scene a year and a half ago as to their disdain about this project. And I just wish you all would have done a little bit better job to hear the people and not base it on 2 or 3 people, because those 3 people do not represent this community. And we get the short end of the stick a lot in Northwest, and so I don't think it's fair for you to just say it's a done deal and nothing can be done. And hey, maybe legally you're right, but we live and make up this community, and we pay taxes in this community, and we want to be heard. We don't want to be ignored because you want to build your warehouses. We have enough warehouses. We need land for people to be buried with their loved ones. It does not, I don't agree that it should be changed. I know those votes will come later, but I support the people when they've come to express themselves about what they want in the neighborhood. If they want to build something on the beach, guess what? I'm going to vote for it because I don't live on the beach. The people that live over there, if that's what they like, when they come to this meeting and they say, hey, we want this on the beach because this is what we like, I don't go and vote against sailboats because I don't use it. So we're saying what these people have come to express, what they would like in their backyards, and who is your company to tell them that they shouldn't have it? They want it to remain a cemetery. That's what it's been. I believe it's historical, and I believe we would do a disgrace to so many people in the Northwest community if we even think about changing this from anything other than what it should be, and that's a cemetery. So that's my sentiments for tonight.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and do a little close. As I had said earlier tonight, and I hope everybody takes this to heart, I think that everybody on this board actually takes their job very seriously, and I've not seen anybody try to be negative, and I think Mrs. King just made a good point. I think we all come from someplace, right? And we all, I think that everybody on this board honestly cares about the city, not just where they are from, but everywhere. I mean, I really believe that. There is probably, I don't know that I've ever seen a project that came for a land use plan amendment that, in my mind, so directly falls under policy 1010601, which is the one that talks about the historical nature, that we should be considering historical and cultural significance when we're looking at land use plan amendments. This project, without the idea that it was cemetery land at one time, is in the middle of a bunch of industrial property, and it probably would have gone through. But this land has, I don't know how you deny that this land has an enormous amount of historical significance in this community. I probably will have some commissioners who are not going to be happy with me, but it won't be the first time. It won't be the first time. But I just, I just feel very strongly that this, I don't think when I listen to people talk about, say, McNabb House when it was moved and stuff, I don't think there was nearly the passion for the community where that was, and then we moved the McNabb House, or the Sample McDougal House. Those things likewise are historically significant to this community, and they are pieces of building. They are building, right? And those buildings got moved. A cemetery is the land. I mean, there is no, you take McNabb's house off of the piece of property that McNabb's had, and they put it on another piece of property, but you have kept intact that historical significance. It's not the dirt underneath Mr. McNabb's house, but for a cemetery, it is literally the land. I don't know how you get around not saying that it's the land. And that being said, you now probably know how I'm going to vote. But that being said, I really want you to take to heart, if other people have a different opinion on this board, please, don't take it personally. I really believe that everybody, all 7 members on this board, care about every part of this city. They really do. Now, we all have different perspectives. There is no question about it, okay? I have not lived a life of being a black man. I can't tell you what that would be like. I would be lying if I told you that, okay? But that doesn't mean that I don't have sympathy, and I have an enormous amount of empathy for a historically long cemetery in a community. One of the most emotionally charged things that I did as an adult is I went with my father to a family reunion. That year it was kind of small. There was only 80 or 100 people. They were a very prolific bunch. My grandmother was one of 12. But that being said, the thing that I did at the end of that with my father was the last time that I went with my father up to North Florida in a piece of land that had been in our family since the 1870s. And we went to the cemetery where my great-grandfather was buried. And I can remember the just enormous amount of emotional, how overcome I was. I didn't know the man. But I knew that that was my roots and that it was something that I could really feel. So I can really empathize with the people who came and spoke about their families and stuff today. And to me, this is, I think it's very clearly falls under a historically significant property. Anybody else? Anybody else?
Chairman, you
Yes,
ready for a motion?
Mrs. Coleman, if you'd like to make the motion, go ahead.
I make a motion to recommend approval of the proposed KZ Copen's future land use map amendment as the board finds the proposed map change compatible with the goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan.
I'll second the motion.
Are there any questions? Obviously, the motion has to be made in the affirmative. Are there any questions about the motion?
Just, I do have a comment on the motion. One thing that wasn't mentioned, and I believe it's at the time of making the motion, is that the future land use for this particular area was going to be community facility. And I asked the questions before, just as more evidence, that only 2.4% of our community is community facilities, whereas industrial is 21%. And so this would just be really inconsistent with our future land use and the comprehensive plan in changing our future land use map. We are already overly using industrial space. So I just wanted to point that out for purposes of making this motion.
Okay. Any other comments about the motion? Any questions? Bobby, call the roll on item number 2. It's 9:45, and it's item number 2.
Carla Coleman.
No.
Darlene Smith.
No.
Joan Kovac.
No.
Tundra King.
No.
Richard Kloskowitz.
No.
Derek Lewis.
No.
Wyatt.
Fred Stacer.
No, I had to vote. Okay. Thank you. All right, and with that, we move to the third item. Do you want to re-ask the question on the third item?
He's our,
Quiet, please. Quiet. Folks. Folks, quiet, please.
Mr. Polikoff has already placed on the record their desire to move forward with the rezoning.
Go ahead, Mrs. Stoll. Oh, I guess I need to read it, don't I? I can tell I'm tired. Item number 3, KZ Copens rezoning, PNC 20-13506, address is 1900 Northwest 24th Street. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Jean Dolan, Development Services. So this is the rezoning item following the land use plan amendment item for this 4.5 acre property. Now, most important criteria for rezoning is its consistency with the land use category. So because you recommended denial on this, on that, you cannot consider this rezoning. So your response to the rezoning would have to be no to match your recommendation on the land use plan amendment, because you can't zone something if it's not consistent with the land use category.
Okay. Did you?
Right to the potential motions. Again, you could make the motion in the affirmative as you have to, and then vote against it. That would be your only course of action at this time.
Okay. Do we need to?
I think Ms. Dolan has already indicated that the presentation, and correct me if I'm wrong, the presentation you made originally covered both, or what did it not?
Right. The applicant's presentation will be put into this quasi-judicial hearing by reference so that he doesn't have to repeat all that.
Okay.
And as far as the department's staff report related to the rezoning and all of the documentation in that, is the department moving that item forward as they always do?
Well, yes, this is a recommendation. Both items will go to commission as always, but they'll both have a recommendation of denial, because you couldn't suddenly recommend approval on a rezoning that doesn't match the land use plan.
Okay. All right. We okay? So we don't go through all the other stuff, just go ahead and ask for a motion?
That's correct, because the department has submitted all of its documentation already. All those items have been before you, as she's mentioned already, that because you have denied the land use plan amendment, recommendation is denial.
Right.
And as a result, you cannot recommend approval on the rezoning.
Okay.
So is our motion to table?
Into the microphone.
No, it would be the same motion, and we'd vote in the negative. We'd vote in the negative instead. Yeah. Okay. So who would like to make a motion?
Okay, let's make it a
Okay.
duo. I'd like to make a motion that the board finds that competent and substantial evidence has been presented satisfying the review standards for the rezoning request as requested in the application, and therefore I move approval of this item.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? No? Bobby, call the roll.
Carla Coleman,
No.
Darlene Smith,
No.
Joan Kovac,
No.
Tundra King,
No.
Richard Kloskowitz,
No.
Derek Lewis,
No.
Fred Stacer.
No. Okay. I know there's going to be a lot of people be glad to go home, but we don't get to go home, so. No, they say no good deed goes unpunished. Does anybody else? Okay.
Little dog is probably
No, go ahead. We still have a quorum. Go on home.
Okay, have a great night.
Okay. No, she needed to go home. She's 86 years old, man. Unbelievable, yeah? I know. God bless her.
Happy birthday, Ed.
Okay. The next item on the agenda. Come on, folks. If you wouldn't mind, could you? Hey, folks. Thank you. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here all night. My wife will think I've been out drinking all day or something. Whatever. I'm gonna go back in here and see. Somebody needs to bring one and stick it in there next month. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is audience to be heard, and they're all running off because they got their own say already. Okay, reports by staff. Are there any reports? No reports? No report? No report? Okay. Board member discussion. Mr. Clausewitz.
It's been exciting.
You what?
It's been exciting.
It's been an exciting night? That's it. Okay. Mrs. Coleman.
Thank you for your leadership.
Okay. Mrs. King.
I'll second that, too.
Job well done, Chair.
Mr. Lewis.
Ms. Coleman, I had a few people just randomly that I've met that have talked about transportation issues in the city, and I sent them some of the work that you've done, and they've been very impressed, and they want to get involved. So I think that's something that
Great.
can move forward. Yeah.
Great. I'm meeting with staff to try to pull that together now.
Awesome.
Great.
Okay. Just a couple of quick things. One is for the record, Octavia this is the last time we're going to see him, and he's been our, along with Ernie for years. The two of them were in charge of that, and he's retiring. And so, great job, buddy. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, my guitar.
That's the first thing. And the other thing was, did everybody read that we had $151 million last month? We blew through last year's total as of October. So we're going to go through $600 million. That'll be it'll be 3 years in a row, I think, that we went through a $100 million level. So we were 363 a few years ago. We were at 420 something. Then we went to 5 something, and we're going to go through 6 this year, I think. So just keep on keeping on, and still hopefully keeping everybody else happy with the way that we're, the vision that we have and stuff. But great job for staff. God bless you guys. You guys have been swamped. I don't know how you can double your work in like 3 years, but just keep it up. That's all I can say. And with that, I think everybody's ready to go home. Let's.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the mic anymore. On behalf of the staff and the board members, I move we adjourn.
Okay. By the way, happy birthday. I think you said it's next week? Next week? Yeah, Mr. Clausewitz is going to be 80 next week. Woo! God bless him. I just look 80. I don't, but it's...